Hey there, I'm Marv, and tonight I'm going to tell you the entire story of Julius Caesar. It begins in the cramped, noisy streets of Republican Rome and wends its way through battlefields in Gaul, storm-tossed seas full of pirates, glittering palaces on the Nile, and finally into a Senate house on a March morning that would change the ancient world forever. It is a story of ambition and loyalty, of friends who became rivals, of a man who reshaped a republic and then paid the price for it. Along the way, we will meet generals and orators, queens and conspirators, and see how one life ended up giving its name to emperors for centuries to come. As always, I would really love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight. And if you enjoy these history videos, please consider liking and subscribing. It is the simplest way to support the channel, and it truly helps me keep bringing you more stories like this. Thank you for being here. And now, let's begin. Rome at the start of the 1st century, before the Common Era, was a city that liked to think of itself as the center of the world, although it still looked rather improvised in places. Streets twisted and climbed over the hills in ways that made little sense to anyone except the people who had always lived there. The Forum could be grand when the light caught the columns and statues just so, but step a little away from the main square and things became crowded, noisy, and a bit shabby. Behind many of the impressive names and titles, families were quietly worrying about debts, rivals, and the next election. It was into this busy and anxious city that a child named Gaius Julius Caesar was born, sometime in the high summer of the year 100 before the Common Era. The family Caesar was born into, the Julii, were old Romans, which counted for a great deal in a society that venerated its past with almost religious intensity. The Julii belonged to the patrician class, those original families that tradition said had stood beside the first kings and then created the republic. They also cherished a particularly glittering claim. Their ancestors, so they said, included the Trojan hero Aeneas, and through him the goddess Venus. This was the sort of ancestral story that sounds suspiciously convenient, but in Rome it carried real weight. To say that Caesar grew up in a house where the family line led back to a goddess is not much of an exaggeration. Yet for all that grand ancestry, the Julii were not at the top of the political heap. They had drifted a little from the center of power. There were richer families, families with more recent consuls, families with larger estates and longer lists of clients. Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, had achieved the office of praetor, an important position that involved presiding over courts and sometimes governing a province. It meant the family was respectable and firmly embedded in the senatorial class, but not one of the handful of clans who could assume that the highest offices would fall into their laps as a matter of course. Caesar's mother Aurelia came from the Aurelii Cottae, another well-regarded family. Ancient writers speak of her with unusual warmth. She appears as intelligent, strict in the Roman way, and very capable. In a culture where mothers arranged marriages, managed households, and often guided the early steps of political careers from behind the scenes, having someone like Aurelia at the center of the home was a great advantage. One can imagine the young Caesar learning early that it was possible to be both formidable and composed, and that real authority often spoke quietly. The wider family included a figure who loomed unusually large over the boy's early years. Caesar's aunt Julia was married to Gaius Marius, one of the most successful generals of his age. Marius had broken into the highest offices without the benefit of ancient patrician ancestry, relying instead on military victories and popular support. He reformed the Roman army, opening it to poorer citizens, and won famous campaigns against foreign enemies. In the house where Caesar grew up, the name of Marius was not just a name from public life. It was family. Stories about his victories and reforms were stories about an uncle. For a young boy listening at the edge of adult conversation, it must have been hard not to draw the conclusion that exceptional talent and determination could push a man beyond the place his birth had allotted to him. However inspiring Marius may have looked from inside the household, his career stirred up powerful opposition. Roman politics in Caesar's youth was becoming increasingly polarized. On one side were the optimates, senators who wanted power to remain in the hands of a narrow elite. On the other were the populares, politicians who appealed more directly to the assemblies of ordinary citizens. Marius and his allies, including men like Lucius Cornelius Cinna, were associated with the popular cause. Their opponents gathered behind another Lucius Cornelius, Sulla, a patrician general with a very different view of how the republic should be run. For a sensitive youngster, simply watching who came to dinner, who stopped calling, and who disappeared from view would have been an education in how fragile public standing could be. Caesar's father took up a provincial command in Asia on the eastern shores of the Aegean. The family spent time there, and the young Caesar had his first close encounter with the Greek world. Towns in Asia Minor were older than Rome, full of temples, theatres, and colonnaded squares. The language in the streets, the styles of dress, the rhythms of daily life, all would have seemed cosmopolitan compared to the rougher energy of Rome. It was an early reminder that Rome, confident as it was, stood within a much wider web of cultures and histories. For a boy who would one day think in terms of continents rather than hills, that experience mattered. When Caesar was still in his teens, his father died suddenly, reportedly while putting on his shoes one morning. With that small domestic moment, the young man became, in legal terms, the head of his household. In practice, it meant that Aurelia would now play an even larger role in running family affairs, while Caesar began to shoulder more responsibility and to think about how to turn the family name into something that matched its legendary origins. Roman boys of his class were educated in rhetoric, law, and history. Tutors drilled them in the art of speaking persuasively in public, in the stories of the early republic, and in the precedents that held the legal system together. Caesar proved gifted at this sort of thing. He absorbed history and language with ease and developed an early taste for the well-crafted sentence that could cut or soothe as needed. Meanwhile, the political storms in Rome intensified. The rivalry between Marius and Sulla turned into open conflict, complete with armies marching on Rome itself. That possibility had once been unthinkable. Roman soldiers were supposed to defend the Republic from foreign enemies, not bring war into the streets of their own city. Yet, that is exactly what happened more than once while Caesar was growing up. The city became a battleground of factions. Victories on the field were followed by purges at home, and lists of enemies were posted for elimination. Caesar's own position in this chaos was shaped by family loyalties. Through his aunt Julia and his mother's sympathies, he was associated with Marius and Cinna rather than with Sulla. In his later teens, he married Cornelia, Cinna's daughter, a match that confirmed this alignment. The union was a sensible political partnership and seems to have been a close personal bond as well. To the young couple, it likely looked like a step into a future in which their side would share in power. To Sulla, when he emerged as the dominant figure after seizing control, it looked like dangerous defiance. Once Sulla had the city, he embarked on a brutal tidying up of his enemies. The prescriptions that followed were chillingly simple. Lists of names were posted, and anyone whose name appeared could be killed with legal impunity, their property confiscated by the state. Friends and relatives who tried to protect them were also at risk. In that climate of fear, Sulla ordered Caesar to divorce Cornelia. Obeying would have been the safe course. Many others accepted similar orders and separated from spouses and allies to save themselves. Caesar refused. It is one of those moments that reveals something about a character that later events only confirm. He chose loyalty to his wife and his connections over obedience to the man who currently held almost absolute power. Sulla responded by stripping him of his priesthood and property and adding his name to the list of those to be hunted. Caesar left the city, keeping ahead of the men sent to arrest him, helped along by friends of his family who were willing to risk their own standing to intercede. Some sources report that Sulla eventually allowed Caesar to go into a safer kind of exile, grumbling that in this young man there were many Mariuses. The line may have been polished in hindsight, but the idea that Sulla sensed something troublesome and exceptional in Caesar rings true. With Rome a dangerous place, Caesar looked to the one arena where a man of noble birth could still build a career without immediately antagonizing the ruling faction. He went to serve in the army in Asia Minor. Military service suited him. He had physical courage and a clear head in danger, and he had already learned from watching Marius what a successful general could become in Roman society. In the campaign that included the siege of Mytilene on the island of Lesbos, Caesar distinguished himself enough to receive the Corona Civica. The civic crown was not a trinket. It was woven from oak leaves and was awarded for saving the life of a fellow citizen in battle. The recipient had the right to wear it at public events, and every Roman who saw it was reminded that this was a man who had risked his life for others. For an ambitious young aristocrat, it was both a sign of valor and a useful piece of stage dressing. Caesar wore it in later years as part of a carefully crafted public image, but at the time it was also simply proof that he had faced real danger and not flinched. During his Eastern service, Caesar spent time at the court of King Nicomedes of Bithynia. Courts in the Greek East worked by different rules than the Roman Senate. They revolved around monarchy, pageantry, and the intimate circle of advisors around a king. Caesar watched how flattery, gifts, and ritual were used to cement loyalty. He provided assistance to Nicomedes on Roman business and sought favor in return. Later, Roman gossip turned this period into material for crude jokes, suggesting that Caesar had yielded too much to his royal host. The jokes may tell us more about the cruelty of political humor in Rome than about what actually happened, but they also hint at how carefully Romans monitored one another for any sign of softness or deviation from their own stern ideals. As time passed, Sulla retired from public life and then died. His arrangements for the Republic, designed to lock power securely in the hands of the Senate, could not completely suppress the tensions that had produced conflict in the first place, but they did ease the immediate climate of terror. Men who had fled returned cautiously to the city. Caesar was among them. He had proven himself as a soldier, he had survived proscription, and he was ready to begin the more delicate work of turning that experience into political capital. One of the main training grounds for such ambitions was the law court. Roman citizens flocked to trials, not only to see justice done, but also to watch skilled advocates perform. Caesar began to appear there as a prosecutor, taking on men accused of extortion in the provinces. This was not entirely altruistic. Corrupt governors were tempting targets, since they were resented by the communities they had plundered, and sometimes by rival senators at home. By attacking them, Caesar could pose as a champion of justice and at the same time show that he was not afraid to challenge powerful figures. His style as an orator was described as energetic and controlled, with a clear and elegant Latin that impressed listeners even when they disagreed with his arguments. He was not yet the most celebrated speaker in Rome. That title belonged to men like Cicero, but he was already making people take notice. In a city where careers were built and destroyed in front of crowds, being memorable was essential. Caesar also showed a flair for generosity. He supported lavish prosecutions, entertained allies, and quietly shouldered expenses that outstripped his income. In a culture where giving gifts and hosting events were central to politics, this generosity was both admired and worrying. It meant that by the time he reached his late 20s, he was already running up debts. Caesar understood that if he wanted to compete with the finest speakers and persuade voters in the noisy assemblies, he had to sharpen his skills even further. For that, many ambitious Romans went to the Greek world, where rhetoric had been studied for centuries as a serious art. Caesar planned to travel to Rhodes, an island famous for its schools of oratory, to study with Apollonius Molon, a respected teacher who had also instructed Cicero. It was a sensible next step. He had family name, military honor, a reputation beginning to grow in the courts, and a determination to make his voice carry farther and more effectively. So he prepared to leave Italy once more. The route would take him across waters that were busy not only with traders and official ships, but also with men whom Rome regarded as the enemies of all civilized people, bands who made a living by seizing anything that floated past and holding passengers for ransom. Caesar knew about them, of course. Every educated Roman knew that the eastern Mediterranean was infested with pirates who had grown bold as Rome concentrated on its wars elsewhere. What he did not yet know was that these pirates were about to step directly into his story, and that he would come away from that encounter with one of the most striking episodes in a life that was already beginning to collect remarkable scenes. The journey that was supposed to be a simple sea crossing began well enough. Caesar left the Italian mainland with the brisk confidence of a man who had clear plans. The Mediterranean at this time of year could be pleasant rather than dangerous, and he had every reason to think of the voyage as a brief interval between stages of his own improvement. He wanted to refine his skills in speaking and argument, and the famed teachers on the island of Rhodes were the next step on that ladder. He had with him a modest retinue, some baggage, and the easy assumption that the world would more or less behave itself. Out on the water, however, other people were making a living in a very different way. The Eastern Mediterranean in the 70s, before the Common Era, was thick with pirates. The word can conjure up images of theatrical villains with parrots and eye patches, but the men who haunted those coasts were a more practical and unpleasant breed. They were often Cilicians, from the rugged shores of southern Anatolia, or a mixture of seafarers who had discovered that raiding was more profitable than fishing. They attacked grain ships, coastal villages, and rich travelers. Rome regarded them as pests and occasionally as a serious threat, especially when they disrupted the grain supply, but the Republican government had been busy with civil wars and rival generals. A great deal of loud concern had been expressed in the Senate, and much less had actually been done. The pirate trade flourished in the gap between Roman words and Roman action. Somewhere near the coasts that faced the island known as Pharmacusa, Caesar's ship sailed into the path of such a group. The exact details are lost, but the essentials are clear enough. Fast pirate vessels, with experienced crews, closed in on the slower merchant ship that carried Caesar and his companions. Armed men clambered aboard, and the usual short and ugly business followed. The crew and passengers were subdued. Those who looked valuable, or who were clearly attached to someone valuable, were kept. Others might be killed or left behind. That morning, Caesar discovered that he had joined the category of marketable property. Ransom was the core of this business. The pirates did not want to keep prisoners forever. The whole point was to identify people whose families or patrons could be persuaded to pay large sums for their safe return. When they understood that they had a young Roman aristocrat in their hands, the pirates began the standard routine. They suggested a ransom of 20 talents of silver. For most people, this would have been an astonishingly high figure. A talent was a weight of valuable metal, not a coin, and 20 of them represented a fortune that could ruin a small town. Caesar laughed at them. According to the ancient accounts, he was insulted by the figure. Did they not know who they had captured? He insisted that they raise the ransom to 50 talents. It is an extraordinary moment. The captive effectively negotiated a higher price on his own head. Behind the bravado, there was calculation. A man valued at 50 talents was a serious person. A man valued at 20 was simply expensive. Caesar was also confident that he could find people in the nearby cities who would produce such a sum. His friends and clients in the region, together with his own credit as an ambitious nobleman, would cover the cost. The pirates agreed. They were hardly going to argue against more silver. Caesar sent some of his companions ashore to visit the city of Miletus and other friendly communities and to gather the money. That left him on the island in the company of about 37 seasoned criminals. For most prisoners, this would have been the beginning of a miserable stretch of fear and boredom. For Caesar, it became something very different. He treated the pirate camp as though it were a slightly uncouth country villa where he had chosen to spend some time. He moved about freely, ate at the same tables, and joined in their games and exercises. He did not slump or cower. He behaved as if he were the one who had invited them. When he wanted to sleep, he told them to be quiet. When they were noisy late into the night, he scolded them. The odd thing is that they listened. The force of his personality, and perhaps the novelty of having such a guest, took much of the menace out of their relationship. Caesar also did something very Roman and very characteristic. He used the time as an audience for his words. He wrote poems and speeches and then read them out loud to the pirates. They were, as you might imagine, not the most appreciative literary critics. When they failed to applaud or looked bored, Caesar called them ignorant and uncultured. This amused them more than it offended them. It was like having a particularly haughty guest at dinner who insisted on delivering after-meal lectures. The situation should have made him feel utterly powerless. Instead, he found a way to treat it as an odd sort of holiday. There was one part of his banter that the pirates did not take seriously enough. He told them repeatedly that when he was free, he would come back and catch them. He explained with great calm that he would have them crucified. The pirates laughed each time he said it. Romans regarded crucifixion as the ultimate public punishment for slaves and criminals, and the idea that a current captive would prescribe this fate for his captors sounded like a joke in very poor taste. Caesar, however, spoke in the manner of a man who was making a promise rather than a jest. The days stretched on. Ancient sources give a figure of about 38 days in captivity. In that time he played at board games, composed, read, and apparently joined in physical drills. He kept up the conversation about his plans and his intention to take revenge. He observed the habits of these men at close range. He saw how they organized their guard shifts, where they kept their ships, how they divided loot. For someone with a trained eye for advantage, this was not wasted observation. Meanwhile, his companions were scurrying along the coast, pressing friends and allies for funds. 50 talents did not materialize easily. Cities like Miletus had their own needs and their own resentments about pirate raids. At the same time, they understood that helping a rising Roman noble could bring rewards later. Caesar's own credit was another source. Romans of his class often lived ahead of their means, borrowing against future success. The ransom for his own head would eventually become one more addition to a growing pile of obligations. At last the money was gathered. Ships arrived at the pirate base, heavy with sacks of silver. The bandits counted and weighed their treasure with pleased concentration. Caesar was released. There were probably handshakes of a sort, perhaps a last amused argument or two. One imagines laughter, a few rude jokes at the expense of the proud Roman who had spent more than a month as their guest. Then the ships parted and headed their separate ways. The pirates had their 50 talents. Caesar had his freedom. What the pirates did not entirely appreciate was that they had also equipped him with knowledge and fiery motivation. Once he was back among friendly communities, Caesar did not simply sink into a warm bath and make for Rhodes. He went to the authorities in the region, particularly the officials in the Roman province of Asia, and demanded ships and men. He argued that it was an embarrassment for Rome that these pirates operated so freely, and that an opportunity had presented itself to strike them while they were relaxed and scattered. It helped that the coastal cities were eager to see the pirates punished and their hoards confiscated. With a small flotilla hastily assembled from local vessels and crews, Caesar moved back toward the island where he had been kept. He knew the routes, the anchorages, and the daily routine of his former captors. He sailed with purpose and speed. When his ships appeared, the pirates were caught off guard. There were no carefully built fortifications on the island, only temporary shelters and moored vessels. The pirates scrambled to respond. But this time, the balance of surprise and force was on Caesar's side. His men boarded their ships, captured their crews, and rounded up those who tried to flee inland. The treasure that had so delighted the pirates a short time before now changed hands again. Caesar recovered the ransom that had been paid for his own release, along with other loot taken from earlier victims. The captured pirates were taken to the city of Pergamon and locked up while Caesar considered the appropriate next step. In Roman practice, captured pirates could be sold into slavery or executed. Crucifixion was a frequent choice for those regarded as enemies of the peace and order of the Mediterranean. Caesar approached the local governor, a man named Junius, and urged him to carry out the executions. The governor hesitated. He was perhaps concerned about legal niceties, or possibly about the prospect of killing a large group of men without a clear directive from higher authorities. Whatever his reasons, he dragged his feet. Caesar, who had not forgotten his very explicit promises, grew impatient. In the end, he took matters into his own hands. He ordered that the pirates be brought out and crucified along the coast. The line between justice and vengeance blurred here in a way that was very Roman. These men had robbed, abducted, terrorized, and disrupted trade. They were exactly the sort of outlaws for whom the most severe exemplary punishment was reserved. At the same time, Caesar was settling a personal score. He did make one concession to a gentler instinct. Before the crosses were raised, he had their throats cut, sparing them the full lingering agony that crucifixion was designed to inflict. It was a small mercy, but a real one. In that grim row of bodies we see a complex figure. The young aristocrat who had laughed in their faces and read them his poems was not simply playing a charming game. He had meant every word of his threat. When circumstances allowed, he acted with speed and relentless determination. He could show courtesy and even generosity, but if he believed punishment was deserved, he did not hesitate to make it both certain and spectacular. News of all this spread quickly through the coastal communities and back toward Rome. Tales of the captured pirates and the young Roman who had turned the tables on them were the sort of story that merchants and sailors enjoyed telling. In Rome itself, senators and equestrians heard that Gaius Julius Caesar had not only survived capture, but had organized a private naval campaign and delivered justice in a way that the official authorities had repeatedly failed to do. It was the kind of exploit that began to set him apart from a crowd of other ambitious men. The episode had other practical outcomes. By recovering the ransom money and other treasure, Caesar eased some of the financial strain that his debts and ambitions had already begun to produce. He was still far from wealthy on the scale of the great magnates, but he had shown that he knew how to turn a disaster into an opportunity. It was also a vivid lesson in the limits of Roman power as it was currently organized. The fact that a private individual could gather ships, hunt down pirates, and deal with them, while governors hesitated and the Senate equivocated, underlined the gap between Roman claims and Roman performance. When Caesar at last continued his journey to Rhodes, he arrived not as a shaken survivor of an ordeal, but as someone who had added a dramatic chapter to his own story. He settled into the rhythm of study under Apollonius Molon, listening to lectures about structure, rhythm, and persuasive argument. Day after day he practiced the art of speaking with clarity and force, shaping his voice into an even sharper instrument. In the evenings he must have found time to retell his adventure at sea to fellow students and curious locals, perhaps with a dry smile at the memory of pirates who had been bored by his verses. The island of Rhodes offered him what he wanted, which was a place to refine the skills that would allow him to stand before the people of Rome and bend their attention in the direction he chose. Behind his learning, however, lay the knowledge that he had already faced danger with a sort of amused daring, and had answered it with calculated violence. Those who met him in those classrooms and courtyards were in the presence of a man who had learned early that the world rarely behaves, and that when it does not, a person with courage, quick thinking, and a streak of ruthlessness can sometimes shape events rather than simply endure them. In time, the call of Rome and of public life grew too strong to ignore. The city where elections were held, laws debated, and reputations made waited for him. Somewhere behind the noise of the assemblies and the marble of the temples, There was space for a man who could command both soldiers and sentences. Caesar turned his gaze back toward Italy and began to plan his return. When Caesar returned from his time of study in the Greek world, he did not come back as a restless youngster drifting between possibilities. He came back with a clear sense of his own talents and a sharpened set of tools. He had seen how arguments could be constructed and dismantled, how a simple turn of phrase could provoke laughter or indignation, and how a speaker could move a crowd from suspicion to enthusiasm in a few careful steps. Rome was the stage on which these skills mattered most, and it was waiting for him with its usual mixture of opportunity and danger. The Republic at this point was in an uneasy mood. The reforms left in place by Sulla had strengthened the formal powers of the Senate, but the unrest that had produced civil war had not disappeared. Italians outside the city still felt their grievances. The urban poor still resented their dependence on the generosity of great patrons. Ambitious aristocrats still looked for ways to step around the limits that tradition placed in their path. Caesar, with his family connections and his own experience of the rougher edges of politics, understood this landscape more clearly than most. His first steps back in public life were modest in outward appearance. He held junior positions that allowed him to learn the internal workings of the state and to be seen by those who mattered. One of his earliest important offices was as a military tribune. This was a role attached to the legions rather than to the Senate, and it gave him experience in managing soldiers and dealing with the small but constant decisions that come with command. For someone whose future would be so closely tied to the loyalty of troops, it was a useful apprenticeship. At the same time, he began to associate himself more openly with politicians who wanted to undo some of the restrictions that Sulla had placed on the popular assemblies and their tribunes. Supporting the restoration of powers to those tribunes was a way of presenting himself as a friend of the common citizens without openly challenging the entire Sullan settlement. It was a careful step, not a reckless leap. The move of a man who understood that long-term success in Rome required both bold gestures and a sense of timing. In the year 69, before the Common Era, Caesar was elected quaestor. The quaestorship was the first of the traditional steps on the ladder of public office. It involved financial responsibilities, often in the provinces, and automatically gave him a seat in the Senate. Caesar was assigned to serve in Hispania, the Iberian Peninsula that Rome had been slowly absorbing over nearly 2 centuries. Spain was a long way from Rome, both in distance and in atmosphere. The land varied from fertile river valleys to rugged highlands, and Roman control was a patchwork of colonies, allied cities, and regions that were only nominally under the Republic's authority. As quaestor, Caesar dealt with accounts, supplies, and the endless complications of provincial administration. It was not glamorous work, but it taught him how the empire functioned outside the capital, and how decisions made in the Curia affected real communities at the edges of Roman power. There is a famous story from this period that says more about his inner life than a stack of official reports ever could. At the southern tip of the peninsula, near the town of Gades, there stood a temple of Hercules with old statues and dedications. Among them, according to later writers, was an image of Alexander of Macedon. Caesar, visiting the sanctuary, paused before the statue and contemplated the fact that at about the same age, Alexander had marched through Asia, conquering kingdoms, while he was still only a provincial quaestor balancing ledgers and writing letters, the story has him bursting into tears and confiding to a companion that he was deeply dissatisfied with how little he had achieved. Even if the incident was embellished in the telling, it captures something important. Caesar did not measure his progress against the careers of ordinary senators. He measured it against the most dazzling conquerors of the past. Where others might have been content to say that they were on track and doing rather well, he looked at his position and saw only delay. This hunger did not make him careless in his duties. The quaestorship passed without scandal, and he returned to Rome with the necessary experience and the formal entry into the Senate, but also with a restless determination that would shape his choices. The year of his quaestorship was marked by personal loss. His wife, Cornelia, died, leaving him with their young daughter, Julia. In the same period, his aunt Julia also passed away. Both funerals became public events. Roman funerals for prominent people were not quiet family affairs. They were opportunities to remind the living of the achievements of the dead and of the virtues they represented. The orations that accompanied such ceremonies were among the most important performances a man might give in his whole career. Caesar delivered the eulogy for his aunt in front of a large crowd. In doing so, he reminded everyone of her marriage to Gaius Marius and of the services that Marius had rendered to Rome. At a time when the Senate still edged nervously around the memory of that turbulent figure, it was a bold choice. He went further and allowed images of Marius to appear in public processions. These had been removed during Sulla's ascendancy, almost treated as though they were infected objects. Bringing them back was a neat piece of political theatre. It advertised his loyalty to his kin and to the popular cause, and it signalled to veterans of Marius and his supporters that there was a young member of the Julian clan who had not forgotten them. At Cornelia's funeral he struck a different tone, speaking more personally about her virtues and their life together. The speech touched many listeners and helped create an image of Caesar as a man capable of genuine feeling as well as ambition. In a culture that valued the ideal of the devoted husband and father, despite the rather flexible reality in many lives, this mattered. The public saw not only a clever prosecutor and rising senator, but also a widower who could speak movingly of his loss. After a suitable interval, he remarried. His new wife, Pompeia, was a granddaughter of Sulla through marriage into the Metellus family. On paper, this looked like an attempt to mend fences with elements of the conservative aristocracy. The union linked him to another network of influence and further entangled him in the complex web of Roman kinship. Socially, he moved comfortably in the circles of the elite, attending dinners where political deals were floated in between discussions of Greek philosophy and the merits of different vintages of wine. In the mid-60s, before the Common Era, he ran for the office of aedile and won. There were two types of aediles, and Caesar attained the curule aedileship, which carried higher status and greater expectations. Aediles were responsible for public buildings, markets, and most notably in the eyes of the populace, the organization of games and festivals. It was an excellent role for someone who understood the power of spectacle and who was willing to spend money he did not yet have. Caesar embraced the possibilities with enthusiasm. He put on games that people remembered for years. There were lavish processions, exotic animals in the arena, generous distributions of food, and elaborate decorations in the forum. He adorned the public spaces with so many garlands and temporary structures that people joked Rome had never looked so festive. All of this made him immensely popular among ordinary citizens, who were always delighted with free entertainment and treats. It also impressed many equestrians and lesser nobles who saw in him a man who knew how to win hearts. The cost was enormous. To pay for these extravagances, Caesar borrowed heavily. Creditors in Rome were not sentimental. They lent because they expected that the borrower would one day be in a position to repay them with interest and favors. In effect, he was betting that his future political success would be rich enough to cover the debts he was piling up. This was a common gamble among ambitious politicians, but few pushed it as far as he did. By the end of his aedileship, he was deeply in the red, though his public reputation had risen considerably. He also used the aedileship to continue the careful rehabilitation of the popular cause. During one set of games, he arranged for trophies associated with Marius's victories to be displayed once more in public. Older citizens who had served under that general, and younger men who had grown up on stories of his campaigns, reacted with unexpected emotion. They cheered, wept, and shouted Marius's name. The more conservative senators scowled, but the move could not be openly condemned. After all, Marius had defended Rome from foreign enemies. To criticize the memory of his success was to risk looking unpatriotic. 2 years later came a contest that would show just how far Caesar's ambition reached, and how skillfully he could mobilize support. In the year 63, he stood for the position of Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome. This was not simply a religious honor. The holder of the office lived in an official residence on the Forum and presided over many sacred rituals that touched every aspect of public life. The post was generally expected to go to an older, more established figure. In this case, Caesar's rivals were experienced and respectable men who no doubt assumed that the young aedile was aiming too high. Caesar campaigned with relentless energy. He appealed to every class he could reach, promising traditional piety to the devout and generous patronage to the ambitious. There are stories that his mother Aurelia helped organize canvassing, welcoming long lines of potential supporters into their house. He is said to have told friends that he would either return home as chief priest or not at all, meaning that the level of debt he had taken on to fund his campaign made any lesser outcome ruinous. On the day of the vote, to the surprise and dismay of many in the Senate, he won. He took up residence in the official house, a central and very visible location that made him almost a permanent feature of the Roman public scene. The victory confirmed what some had begun to suspect. This was not simply a clever and entertaining aedile. This was someone who could reach into the heart of Roman society and gather followers even against older and more established competitors. His tenure as Pontifex Maximus began in a year already filled with drama. That same year, the failed patrician Lucius Sergius Catilina, better known as Catiline, launched a conspiracy to seize power by violence. When the plot was uncovered, the Senate met in anxiety to debate what should be done with the conspirators who had been arrested in the city. Cicero, serving as consul, revealed the evidence and demanded strong measures. Cato the Younger argued vigorously for execution, insisting that the Republic must defend itself decisively. Caesar, speaking in the Senate, took a different line. He acknowledged the danger, but warned against setting a precedent of killing Roman citizens without trial in the proper assemblies. He proposed that the conspirators be imprisoned in distant Italian towns instead. His speech was calm and carefully reasoned. Some thought he was motivated by genuine concern for legality and mercy. Others suspected that he simply preferred to avoid giving the state such a dramatic example of bypassing normal procedures, in case he himself might one day be the target of emergency measures. Whatever his motives, the episode showed him as a man willing to stand against a wave of anger and argue for a more measured response. The Senate ultimately voted for execution, swayed by Cato and the urgency of the moment. The conspirators were strangled in the Tullianum prison, yet the memory of Caesar's stand lingered. Friends of liberty admired him for trying to restrain fear. Enemies muttered that he had been too soft on dangerous men. It would not be the last time that events in that chamber would be revisited and reinterpreted as his career advanced. In the next year, he served as praetor, an office that placed him among the senior magistrates and gave him responsibility for major cases and sometimes public order. He performed his duties without major incident, but with the same restless energy that marked his other roles. It was during this period that a scandal erupted that touched his private life and caused much amusement and outrage in the city. The rites of the Bona Dea, the good goddess, were performed each year in the house of a magistrate, attended only by women. Men were strictly forbidden from being present. In the year 62, the ceremony took place in the house of Caesar as Pontifex Maximus. His wife Pompeia hosted the event along with other prominent women. During the rites, a young nobleman named Publius Clodius reportedly disguised himself as a woman and slipped into the house, perhaps in an attempt to pursue a romantic encounter, perhaps as part of some reckless prank. He was discovered, and the resulting uproar was intense. Religion, politics, and scandal made a potent mixture. Clodius was prosecuted for sacrilege. Caesar claimed that he knew nothing about the intrusion, which may well have been true, but the affair made his household the subject of endless gossip. In the end, although Clodius escaped conviction through dubious means, Caesar decided to divorce Pompeia. When asked why, if he believed she was innocent, he gave a succinct explanation that Romans never forgot. He said that his wife must be free from suspicion. It was a neat expression of the idea that those who live in the center of public life are judged not only by their actions, but also by what others can plausibly imagine about them. Soon after his praetorship, Caesar received the governorship of Hispania Ulteria, further Spain. This province covered large areas in the south and west of the peninsula, and was rich in resources but still restless under Roman control. For Caesar, it offered several attractive prospects at once. A provincial command could yield military successes, which translated into prestige, and it could also provide income through legitimate taxes and, if one was less scrupulous, through the lightening of burdens in exchange for offerings. There was a complication. His debts in Rome were so extensive that his creditors initially tried to block his departure, fearing he would simply vanish into the provinces. It was only when Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of the wealthiest men in the city, stepped in as guarantor that Caesar was able to leave. Crassus's decision to back him was an early sign of an alignment that would have far-reaching consequences. For now, it meant that Caesar could join his new command with a sense of relief and obligation. In Spain, he moved quickly. He resolved outstanding disputes, enforced Roman authority where it had become lax, and led expeditions against tribes that had grown too bold. He won battles, took towns, and acquired enough victories to qualify for a formal celebration known as a triumph. A triumph was the highest military honor a Roman commander could receive, involving a spectacular procession through the city with captured enemies and spoils on display. As his term ended and he prepared to return to Rome, Caesar asked the Senate for permission to delay entering the city so that he could keep his command and his troops outside the sacred boundary, which was necessary to secure a triumph. At the same time, he wanted to stand for the consulship, the highest annual office in the Republic. Roman law required candidates to be physically present in the city. The two desires could not be reconciled under existing rules. Faced with this dilemma, he made a choice that revealed his priorities. Rather than cling to the chance of immediate military glory, he abandoned the claim to a triumph and crossed the boundary to present himself as a candidate for consul. Civil office was the key to longer-term influence. He could seek more triumphs later if he managed to secure the highest magistracies. It was a classic example of his willingness to sacrifice short-term spectacle for a greater strategic gain. By the time he entered the contest for the consulship of 59, Caesar had assembled a remarkable collection of advantages. He was head of an ancient family with divine legends attached to its name. He had the moral authority of the chief priesthood. He had a record of competent administration and successful command in Spain. He had cultivated the goodwill of the urban masses through games and public generosity. He had ties to the followers of Marius, connections to the Metellus clan, and the financial backing of Crassus. There remained another towering figure on the Roman stage, Gnaeus Pompeius, known as Pompey, whose victories in the east had made him the great darling of the moment. Pompey had his own frustrations with the Senate, which had been slow to ratify his arrangements and settle his veterans. Caesar saw that his own ambitions and Pompey's needs might fit together very neatly, especially if someone could provide the wealth and influence to knit such a partnership tightly. The idea of a new kind of political alliance was beginning to take shape, an understanding between men who might otherwise have been rivals. It would soon alter the balance of power in the Republic in ways that no one, not even those three men, could fully control. By the time Caesar returned from his command in Spain and set his sights on the consulship, Roman politics resembled a crowded dining room in which half the guests were arguing and the other half were pretending not to listen. The Senate wanted to preserve its dignity. The equestrian class wanted their investments protected. Veterans wanted land, and ordinary citizens wanted grain and a sense that someone in authority knew what they were doing. Over all of this hung the presence of two very rich and very powerful men who did not particularly like each other. One of them was Gnaeus Pompeius, whom everyone called Pompey. He had made his name very early, first in the civil wars and then in campaigns across the Mediterranean and the East. He had cleared the pirate problem with breathtaking speed and pushed Roman influence deep into Asia, settling kings, founding cities, and marching home to a thunder of applause. He was popular with the people and adored by his soldiers, but he had an awkward relationship with many senators who admired his victories and distrusted his power in roughly equal measure. The other was Marcus Licinius Crassus. If Pompey had glory, Crassus had money. He was renowned as the wealthiest man in Rome. He had made his fortune in property, careful loans, and the sort of business arrangements that quietly turned disaster into opportunity. During Sulla's time, he had bought confiscated property at knockdown prices. He ran a private fire service that had a curious habit of negotiating to buy a burning building while it was still on fire. He had also commanded troops and shared in the defeat of the slave uprising led by Spartacus. But his military record did not shine as brightly as Pompey's. There was a lingering rivalry between them, made worse by the way the public and the Senate often spoke of them as if they were two halves of a single problem. Both men had grievances. Pompey wanted land grants for his veterans, an official confirmation of the arrangements he had made in the East, particularly new settlements and royal alliances. Crassus wanted relief for the tax farming companies, many of which were owned by his equestrian associates and clients, who had bid too high on contracts in Asia and now faced ruin. The Senate, wary of being seen as bending to pressure from celebrity generals and wealthy financiers, delayed, watered down, or blocked these measures. Into this tangle stepped Caesar, preparing his bid for the consulship for the year 59. He was ambitious, heavily in debt, and very clear-eyed about the fact that success in Roman politics depended on assembling coalitions. He could see that Pompey and Crassus, although they cordially disliked one another, wanted many of the same things. He could also see that each feared the other enough to hesitate about acting alone. It took a certain kind of nerve to suggest that they might work together. Caesar had that nerve. He began by speaking with each man separately, listening more than he talked, and discovering that behind their rivalries they both shared a sense of being obstructed by a stubborn group of senators. Then he made the rather simple suggestion that if they aligned their interests instead of rubbing them together, they would be almost impossible to resist. If Crassus brought his wealth and influence, Pompey brought his army of veterans and prestige, and Caesar brought his talent for speaking and his access to the popular assemblies, they could control elections and legislation in a way that no single individual could manage. There was no formal treaty, no carved stone recording the terms. This was a private understanding among three men who knew how much they could gain and how much they might risk. Caesar secured their agreement that they would support his candidacy for consul, and that, once in office, he would see to it that Pompey's settlements and veterans would be taken care of, and that Crassus's allies would receive financial relief. In return, they would back his request for a substantial provincial command once his term ended, something large enough in scope to allow him to build a power base of his own. Later, historians would call this informal alliance the First Triumvirate, using a grand title that makes it sound like an official constitutional body. At the time, it was nothing of the sort. It was simply a pact, known to those who needed to know and suspected by many others, that three leading figures in Roman public life would act together. It succeeded in one of its first aims. Caesar won the election and became consul for the year 59. His colleague in that year was Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, a staunch conservative who, judging from the way the year unfolded, must often have felt as if he had been invited to a party, only to find everyone else. There was part of a different family. The consuls were meant to cooperate in leading the government. Caesar had other ideas. He saw the consulship not as a chair to share, but as a platform from which to push through the promises he had made and to launch his own longer-term plans. The most immediate task was to secure land for Pompey's veterans. Many soldiers who had campaigned in the East had been promised plots on their return. Such grants were a standard part of Roman military practice. They rewarded service, planted loyal colonists in strategic places, and pleased the generals who could present themselves as benefactors. The difficulty was always the same. Land did not appear from nowhere. Existing owners, especially wealthy ones, had a habit of resenting being turned out. Caesar proposed a land law that would use public land in Italy and funds from the Eastern campaigns to provide farms for the veterans and some poorer citizens. He insisted that the terms were moderate and fair. The Senate, alerted by conservative leaders, argued that the measure was a populist attempt to buy support and that it might unsettle property rights. When it became clear that the Senate was going to block the proposal or strip it of meaning, Caesar took it to the popular assembly. As consul, he had the right to present laws to the people. In the forum, surrounded by crowds, he asked whether they supported his proposal. Pompey and Crassus were present and expressed their approval openly. Many citizens cheered. When Bibulus tried to proclaim that he was observing unfavorable omens, a traditional way of halting public business, he was jostled and driven back by the crowd. The law was passed amid shouting and confusion. It was a decisive moment. Caesar had made it clear that when the Senate would not cooperate, he was willing to appeal directly to the people. From that point on, the year became a contest between him and the conservative bloc. Bibulus tried repeatedly to use his religious authority to declare days invalid for public meetings. At one point, he retreated from active public life altogether, announcing that he would spend the rest of his term observing the sky for signs from the gods. It was an act of protest, intended to underline his view that Caesar was trampling sacred procedure. Instead, it made him look ineffectual. Romans with a taste for sharp humor began to say that the year was not the consulship of Caesar and Bibulus, but of Julius and Caesar, as if one man had managed to hold both offices. Caesar did not limit himself to land reform. He arranged for Pompey's eastern settlements to be confirmed, giving legal security to the cities and kingdoms that had come under Roman influence during his campaigns. He pushed through arrangements that eased the strain on the tax contracts in Asia, which pleased Crassus and the equestrian companies. He required provincial governors to publish detailed accounts before and after their terms, in an effort to make extortion more visible. Some of these measures were practical reforms. All of them increased the sense that he was on the side of those who had felt blocked by senatorial obstruction. Marriage served as another kind of glue within this alliance. Caesar arranged for his only child, his daughter Julia, to marry Pompey. The match surprised many, since Pompey had been expected to marry into another powerful clan for strategic reasons of his own. Julia was much younger than Pompey, but by all accounts the marriage was affectionate as well as political. At the same time, Caesar married again, taking Calpurnia, the daughter of Lucius Calpurnius Piso, as his wife. Piso would later become consul and serve as an ally. Family life in Rome was rarely simple. Here, it intertwined with political calculation in a way that would have lasting consequences. As his term as consul drew to a close, Caesar addressed the matter that mattered most to him personally. He did not want the usual short and modest provincial assignment that followed for many consuls. He wanted something that would allow him to command several legions for a considerable period. With support from Pompey and Crassus, and with the help of a compliant tribune, Publius Vatinius, a law was passed that granted him command over Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years, along with a number of legions funded by the state. Later, Transalpine Gaul was added as well. These territories were not quiet backwaters. Cisalpine Gaul, the region of northern Italy beyond the river Rubicon, was vital to the security of the peninsula. Illyricum, along the eastern Adriatic coast, was strategically important and occasionally volatile. Transalpine Gaul, beyond the Alps, bordered lands that were restless and sometimes hostile. With these provinces came the opportunity for campaigns, discoveries, and immense expansion of both Roman power and Caesar's personal standing. When his consulship ended, he left Rome under a cloud of resentment in the Senate and a great deal of enthusiasm among his supporters. His enemies muttered about the legality of his arrangements. His allies toasted the arrangement that sent him away with an army and left Pompey and Crassus to manage affairs in the city. None of them could fully foresee how completely the balance of power would tilt in the decade to come. While Caesar marched north to take up his new duties, politics in Rome continued its usual frantic dance. Street politics became more violent, with gangs associated with men like Clodius and Milo battling in the Forum and on the roads. Pompey remained a central figure, acting as a sort of informal guardian of order, while Crassus maintained his networks of influence and wealth. For a time, the alliance held in a loose fashion. Each man had his own sphere. Caesar was in Gaul, writing letters, sending reports, and building a reputation with each success. Pompey stayed in Italy, managing courts and law and acting as the visible face of authority. Crassus watched the world with a calculating eye, aware that he was now the least celebrated of the three in military terms. By the mid-50s, strain began to show. The death of Julia, who died in childbirth, removed a gentle human bridge between Caesar and Pompey. The loss was personal and political. Pompey had genuinely cared for her, and her presence had softened tensions between her father and her husband. Without that family connection, it became easier for men around them to whisper suspicions and to encourage rivalry. At the same time, the triumphs of Caesar in Gaul were starting to overshadow Pompey's earlier achievements in the public imagination back in Italy. News of the crossing of rivers, the subduing of tribes, the building of bridges and forts, and the extension of Roman borders stirred the popular imagination. Caesar's commentaries, carefully written and circulated, encouraged this fascination. Pompey, who had once been the unrivaled darling of the Roman crowd, now shared the spotlight with a man who was still away but whose deeds were spoken of daily. Recognizing that their arrangement needed attention, the three men agreed to meet in person at the town of Lucca in northern Italy in the year 56. The meeting drew so many senators and equestrians that it resembled a traveling capital. The message was plain. These three could still gather most of the significant players of Roman public life around a single table if they wished. At Lucca, they renewed their understanding. Caesar's command in Gaul would be extended, securing his position there for another term. Pompey and Crassus would stand for the consulship together and, if elected, would use their time in office to grant themselves substantial provincial commands afterward. Pompey was to receive the Spanish provinces, which he could govern through legates while remaining in Italy, and Crassus would be given Syria, with its wealth and its border with the Parthian Empire. The plan made sense on paper. It offered all three men fresh opportunities and kept them aligned. In practice, it also increased the scale of the potential disaster. Caesar would grow more powerful in Gaul. Pompey would control the resources of Spain. Crassus would have a chance to win the kind of military glory that he had always envied in others. At the same time, each would become more dependent on the others not turning against him. Pompey and Crassus did indeed win the joint consulship for the year 55. They passed measures that extended Caesar's command and secured their own provincial assignments, though not without facing violent opposition in the streets and bitter debate in the Senate. For Crassus, Syria held the promise of enormous profits and a stage on which to outshine even Pompey if he could win a spectacular victory against the eastern power of Parthia. He set out with a large army, full of optimism and confidence. The Parthian Empire, heir to earlier Eastern kingdoms, was not a trivial opponent. It was skilled in cavalry warfare and had its own proud traditions. The campaign that followed did not go as Crassus expected. At Carrhae, in the flat country, near the Mesopotamian frontier, his army was drawn into a battle that played to Parthian strengths. Their horse archers harassed the Roman legions, staying out of reach and wearing them down with showers of arrows. Heavy cavalry delivered sudden, crushing charges. Roman square formations, so effective against many enemies, found themselves surrounded in a wide open landscape. The result was a disaster. Crassus's son Publius, who had shown considerable promise as a commander, was killed, and his head was displayed by the Parthians to demoralize the Romans. Crassus himself was eventually killed during a parley that turned violent. Thousands of Roman soldiers were captured, some of whom were later rumored to have been settled far away on eastern frontiers. The Parthians captured legionary standards, the symbolic eagles that represented the honor of the units. The loss of those standards stung the Roman psyche for decades. Crassus's death removed one of the three supports from the alliance. What had been a triangle became a line between Caesar and Pompey, with the memory of their absent partner hovering over every decision. In Rome, the news of the defeat at Carrhae shook confidence. People who had regarded these three as almost foolproof discovered that one of them could make a mistake, from which there was no recovery. At the same time, the political climate in the city deteriorated. Street violence between rival gangs reached such levels that the Senate turned to Pompey to restore order. In the year 52, after the death of Clodius, in a brawl on the Appian Way, riots erupted, and the Senate took the unusual step of appointing Pompey as sole consul for a period. It was a sign of trust and desperation. Officially, he was meant to act as a stabilizing force and then step back into the normal pattern of dual consulship. Unofficially, he now stood in a position of unrivaled authority within Italy. Pompey used his time as sole consul to pass laws concerned with public order and elections. He also tightened links with conservative senators by marrying Cornelia, the daughter of Metellus Scipio, who would later share the consulship with him. The personal connection that had once tied him to Caesar through Julia was gone. In its place were new bonds with men who regarded Caesar's growing power with alarm. Meanwhile, Caesar continued to campaign in Gaul, sending back reports, wealth, and occasional gifts to friends in Rome, but remaining physically separated from the center of politics. His enemies gathered around men like Cato and increasingly around Pompey's circle, began to argue that his term of command should end and that he should return to Rome as an ordinary private citizen to face whatever prosecutions might be brought against him. They knew that once he crossed the boundary without his legions, he would be vulnerable. They also knew that as long as he remained in Gaul with his loyal troops, he could not easily be compelled to accept their terms. What had begun some years earlier as a clever arrangement between three ambitious men had now turned into something very different. One was dead in the east, his dream of surpassing the others scattered with his army on a distant plain. One stood in Rome, at the head of the Senate's efforts to preserve the existing order. The third watched from the northern provinces, weighing letters and edicts and quietly counting the number of soldiers who would follow him wherever he chose to go. The first triumvirate, which had seemed to gather the strands of Roman power into a single braided rope, was unraveling. The outcome of that process would be decided not in the Senate House, but on fields far from the city and on a frontier river that marked the edge of Italy itself. When Caesar took up his new command north of Italy, he stepped into a world that Romans still thought of as half foreign and half opportunity. Beyond the tidy line of the river Rubicon and the Alpine passes, lay a patchwork of peoples whom Romans grouped under the convenient label of Gauls. In reality, there were dozens of tribes with their own languages, loyalties, and grudges, living in forests, river valleys, and fortified hill settlements. Rome already controlled northern Italy, up to the Alps, and it claimed influence in parts of southern Gaul, where Greek colonies dotted the coast. But the lands beyond were not yet securely bound into the Republic's complicated embrace. For an ambitious governor with several legions at his disposal, this frontier was a stage on which reputation and riches could be made very quickly. Caesar inherited a situation that was already tense. One of the first problems to land on his desk came from a people called the Helvetii. They lived in the region that would one day be known as Switzerland, in valleys and mountain slopes that were beautiful in a rugged way and difficult for farming. According to Caesar's account, their leaders decided that their homeland was too cramped and that they would all migrate west in a vast, organized movement to seek roomier lands near the Atlantic. They burned their villages and crops behind them to prevent any thought of turning back and set out with families, wagons, and herds, a human river that threatened to roll across Roman routes and allied territories. The Helvetian plan might have sounded reasonable in the Longhouses, where it was first discussed. From the Roman point of view, it looked like a disaster in the making. A mass migration of armed people could destabilize every region it touched. Allies might be trampled or tempted. Trade routes could be blocked. Caesar saw both risk and opportunity. If he could stop this moving nation and direct its people where he wished, he would not only protect Roman interests, but also display his usefulness in dramatic fashion. He moved quickly to block the easiest routes through the Roman province, along the river Rhone, building earthworks and a stout barrier from the river to the lake at Geneva. Then, when the Helvetii tried alternative paths, he trailed them, harassed their columns, and looked for a decisive way to halt them. The clash came near a place called Bibracte. The Helvetii, who were experienced fighters, formed their wagons into a defensive circle and prepared to resist. Caesar deployed his legions carefully, using the discipline and flexibility of the Roman line to press the Gauls from several directions. The battle was hard fought, with the Romans advancing uphill at one point and the Helvetii counterattacking with stubborn courage. In the end, the Roman formations held and ground their opponents down. Caesar pursued the survivors, forcing surrendered groups to give hostages and agree to his terms. He then ordered the Helvetii to return to their original lands, which would now serve Rome as a useful buffer zone on the frontier. The decision neatly solved the immediate issue and created a living wall between the province and other restless tribes. Hardly had the dust settled from this migration when another problem arose, this time from across the river Rhine. A Germanic ruler named Ariovistus had brought his warriors west into Gaul at the invitation of certain tribes who wanted help against their neighbors. Once established, Ariovistus showed no intention of leaving. He demanded land, tribute, and hostages, and his growing presence frightened both Romans and Gauls. The Roman Senate had once recognized him as a friend and ally when it suited them. But by the time Caesar reached his provinces, that recognition had become a liability. Caesar summoned Ariovistus to negotiations, speaking as the representative of a power that claimed to arbitrate disputes in the region. Ariovistus refused to come, then agreed to meet under heavily controlled conditions, and finally made it clear that he considered Gaul his hunting ground as much as Rome's. The mood between the two men hardened. When news spread that Ariovistus was moving his forces and threatening Roman allies, Caesar called a council of war. Some of his officers, unsettled by tales of German ferocity and the unfamiliar fighting style of their long-haired enemies, were less than enthusiastic. Caesar responded with one of those brisk addresses that appear in ancient histories, promising that he would march even with a single legion if necessary. Pride and shame did their work. The legions moved. The battle with Ariovistus took place near the Upper Rhine. The Germans had their families with them and fought with the determination of men who know there is no safe place to retreat. The Romans advanced in their usual ordered ranks, shields overlapping, standards bobbing above the lines. The Germans charged with terrifying energy, but their formations were less disciplined than those of the legions. And once the initial impact was absorbed, Roman training and flexibility began to tell. Caesar shifted reserves to threatened points, encouraged his officers by name, and gradually turned the struggle into a rout. Ariovistus escaped across the Rhine with a handful of followers. Many of his men died. All were scattered. The message to both Gauls and Germans was clear. Rome would not permit a rival power to set up shop in its near abroad. With these early campaigns, Caesar established two important things. First, he showed that his presence meant a change in the balance of power in Gaul. Tribes that had long feuded with one another now had to calculate how their choices would look in the eyes of a Roman commander who seemed to arrive wherever trouble was thickest. Second, he began to create the story of these events in his own words. During the winters, when the snows and rains made large campaigns impractical, he dictated detailed accounts of his operations, later known as his commentary on the war in Gaul. The opening sentence of that work famously divides Gaul into three parts, and in a typically neat flourish, note that one of those parts is inhabited by people whom the Romans call Gauls and others call Celts. It was more than simple geography. It was a literary curtain rising on a long performance in which he was both actor and narrator. The next phase of the war drew him north toward the peoples collectively called the Belgae. In his own words, they were the bravest of the Gauls, which was both a compliment and a warning. They lived in what is now roughly Belgium and parts of northern France, in a landscape of rivers, marshes, and forests. Several of their tribes joined together in a large coalition when they realized that Roman presence on their borders would soon become Roman demands. Caesar gathered his legions and advanced to meet them, building fortified camps at the end of each day's march, as Roman armies always did, and making careful use of scouts and intelligence. One of the early major clashes took place near the river Ain. There the Belgae tried to force the Romans into a disadvantageous position, attacking across marshy ground and threatening a bridge that was crucial to Caesar's supply line. He responded by digging trenches, throwing up small forts, and using a mixture of infantry and cavalry to blunt their attacks. The battle lasted long enough to test his command structure thoroughly. In the end, when the Belgae realized that they were not going to break the Roman line and that their own supplies were running low, they dispersed. Caesar pursued them tribe by tribe, accepting some surrenders and storming other positions where the defenders insisted on resisting. Among the more dramatic episodes in this northern campaign was the siege of a people called the Aduatuci, who had retreated into a stronghold on a hill. Confident in the strength of their walls and height, they mocked the Roman engineers as they began to build ramps and towers. It was a typical Gallic habit to rely on the natural strength of high ground, and a typical Roman habit to treat hills as temporary inconveniences that could be shaved away with wood, earth, and sweat. Slowly, the Roman siege works crept closer. When the Aduatuci finally saw the tall towers being rolled against them, they offered surrender, then attempted a night attack to break out. It failed. The stronghold fell, and Caesar distributed the survivors among his allies and soldiers as captives. It was a harsh conclusion, and his own account of it is cool and matter-of-fact. While these ground campaigns unfolded, Caesar also discovered that not all problems in Gaul could be handled by the same formula of march, entrench, and fight. On the Atlantic coast lived a group known as the Veneti, skilled seafarers who controlled important harbours and trade routes. They used sturdy, high-sided ships that were better suited to the rough Atlantic waters than the lighter vessels of the Mediterranean. When they resisted Roman demands and took Roman envoys prisoner, Caesar had to improvise. He ordered one of his legates, Decimus Brutus, to build a fleet that could match the Veneti at sea. The naval battle that followed off the coast of Brittany showed Roman adaptability. The Veneti's ships had tough leather sails and strong rigging, which made them resilient but less nimble. The Roman crews devised hooks to grab and sever the rigging lines, collapsing the enemy sails and leaving their ships dead in the water. Once immobilized, the proud vessels were boarded in close combat, where Roman infantry excelled. The defeat of the Veneti did more than remove a rebellious tribe. It sent a signal along the coast that the newcomers from the south were willing to learn new crafts and fight on any element that was required. Caesar was not content with securing obedience on one side of the Rhine. At least part of his mind was always on the broader map. Having driven Ariovistus back, he decided to cross the river himself in a demonstration that would impress both friends and potential enemies. Rather than relying solely on boats, he had his engineers construct a timber bridge over the fast-flowing water. The project was as much an exhibition as a practical measure. Huge piles were driven into the riverbed, beams laid across, and the structure completed in an astonishingly short time. His legions marched over, spent several days moving through the territory of nearby Germanic tribes, made their presence very clear, and then withdrew. The bridge was dismantled behind them. The message was simple and, in its way, courteous. Rome could come over whenever it wanted, but at the moment, it chose not to stay. If the Rhine invited Caesar to look east, the narrow sea beyond Gaul drew his eyes in another direction. Across that water lay Britain, an island known to Greeks and Romans more from travellers, tales and trade rumour than from direct experience by large armies. There were trading links through Gallic middlemen, and some Gallic tribes had ties with their cousins across the sea. For Caesar, exploration and prestige mixed smoothly. A limited expedition would punish those Britons who had aided his Gallic opponents, show Roman reach, and provide material for future boasting. The first crossing took place in the late summer of the year 55, before the Common Era. Wind and tides proved less cooperative than they had seemed on the map. The Roman fleet struggled to anchor near the coast of Kent. British warriors with painted bodies and chariots gathered on the beaches, throwing javelins and shouting insults. The Roman soldiers, not keen on jumping down into deep water in full armor under fire, hesitated until standard-bearers, in a burst of theatrical courage, leaped out and waded ashore, calling their comrades to follow. The landing was messy but successful. Caesar managed to establish a small presence, win a few skirmishes, and extract hostages from local leaders. Then a storm wrecked many of his ships, reminding everyone that this was an unfamiliar and treacherous environment. After some hurried repairs and negotiations, he withdrew to the continent. He was not satisfied. The following year he returned with a larger fleet and more cavalry. This time he pushed farther inland, forcing more tribes to submit and give hostages. He noted the dense forests, the different customs, and the use of iron currency, rings, instead of conventional coinage among some groups. Yet he did not try to hold territory permanently. The weather, supply difficulties, and the constant need to maintain control in Gaul made a permanent conquest unrealistic. Still, the fact remained. A Roman army had crossed and returned. For the citizens back home, who read his reports with a mixture of pride and curiosity, Britain moved from the realm of myth into the sphere of Roman concern. Back on the mainland, the strain on the Gallic peoples was growing. Year after year, they saw Roman camps, demands for supplies, and the presence of foreign soldiers in their fields and towns. Caesar was efficient, but he was not gentle. He imposed terms, levied troops from allied tribes, and took hostages to ensure compliance. During the winter, he often scattered his legions across wide areas, placing them in separate quarters in different territories. Strategically, this allowed him to keep an eye on several regions at once, and to punish or assist communities quickly. From the Gallic point of view, however, it was an intrusion that built resentment. One of the most serious explosions of that resentment came from a people called the Pharaohs, under a chieftain named Ambiorix. Caesar had sent legions under his lieutenants Sabinus and Cotta to winter among them. At first, relations seemed stable. Then, Ambiorix, playing the role of the friendly ally, approached the Roman camp with a tale. A great coalition, he said, was forming, and a vast Gallic force was coming to destroy the isolated legions. Out of concern for their safety, he advised Sabinus and Cotta to abandon their camp and march to a larger Roman force nearby. The two Roman commanders debated the story. Cotta argued for staying put behind fortifications, noting that Roman camps were designed to withstand surprise attacks. Sabinus, possibly more nervous by nature or more trusting of Ambiorix, pushed for movement. In the end, they agreed to leave, marching out in a long column with baggage and families in tow. It was exactly what Ambiorix wanted. Not far from the camp, the column entered a narrow valley where hills closed in on both sides. There the Gallic warriors sprang their trap. Missiles rained down from higher ground. The Romans, caught in a twisting path and unable to deploy properly, took heavy casualties. They formed a makeshift defensive circle, but the situation was hopeless. Ambiorix tried clever tactics, shifting between attacks and offers of parley, wearing down Roman resistance and trust. In the end, Sabinus attempted to negotiate and was killed. Cotta died fighting. The column was destroyed almost to a man. News of this calamity spread quickly. In another winter camp, a legion commanded by Quintus Cicero, the brother of the famous orator, found itself under siege by neighboring tribes encouraged by Ambiorix's success. They built their own earthworks and towers, learning from Roman methods, and pressed the garrison hard. Messages were sent out by night through enemy lines, carried by brave Gallic allies and Roman scouts who risked everything to slip between guard posts. One of these reached Caesar. He responded with the speed that had already become his trademark. Gathering a relief force from the nearest legions, he marched through poor weather and over difficult roads, arriving near the besieged camp faster than his enemies expected. Using clever tricks of campfires and movements to give the impression of a larger army, he lured the besiegers into ill-judged attacks, then counterattacked with precision. The siege was broken. The Gauls fled. Caesar entered Cicero's battered camp to embrace exhausted soldiers who had eaten leather and endured sleepless nights waiting for rescue. The revenge on Ambiorix and his people was severe. Caesar launched a punitive campaign designed not only to punish, but to make future rebels think twice. The lands of the Eburones were systematically devastated. Small Roman detachments swept through villages, destroying crops and seizing livestock. Neighboring tribes were encouraged to join in the looting. Ambiorix himself vanished into the forests and was never captured, but his people were scattered. Caesar's own comment on the matter is laconic, but the effect was that one more part of Gaul was left shattered, its survivors painfully aware of the costs of rebellion. For all these incidents, it was clear that the Gallic resistance was not yet broken. Local revolts and conspiracies continued to flicker, and somewhere in the central highlands, a leader emerged who understood that only a broad and coordinated effort had any hope of success. His name was Vercingetorix, a noble from the Arverni people. He was young, determined, and serious. According to the stories, he was initially turned away by some of his own elders who thought him too radical, but he gathered a band of followers, seized control, and began to speak of uniting the Gauls in a single effort to push out the Romans. Vercingetorix proved to be a rare combination, a charismatic figure who also grasped the practical requirements of warfare. He imposed strict discipline on his followers. Those who disobeyed his orders could expect harsh punishment. He adopted a strategy that hurt his own people in the short term, but aimed to starve the invader. Villages and farms in the path of the Roman advance were burned to prevent Caesar from feeding his legions. Only a few key strongholds were spared as potential centers of resistance. One of those was the town of Avaricum, in the territory of the Bituriges, a rich settlement surrounded by marsh and river on 3 sides, and a man-made wall on the 4th. Vercingetorix argued that it should be destroyed like the others, but the locals begged to keep their home, insisting that it was impregnable. He reluctantly agreed. Caesar, attracted by the challenge and the prospect of supplies, set his legions to work. They built massive siege terraces and towers, protecting themselves from sorties with shelters and counterworks. The siege dragged on through cold and hunger, with the Romans short of food and the defenders hurling insults from the walls. Finally, after weeks of labor, the Roman engines battered a breach and the assault went in. The town fell. The soldiers, furious at the suffering they had endured and unwilling to take chances with future resistance, killed the vast majority of the inhabitants. Caesar writes of the numbers with chilling detachment. For him, it was a necessary severity. For the Gallic survivors, it was a memory that would feed hatred for generations. Not every campaign went Caesar's way. At the hill town of Gergovia, in the heartland of the Arverni, he suffered a setback. The site was well chosen, with steep slopes and strong walls. Complicated maneuvers, misunderstandings among officers, and the enthusiasm of troops who pressed an attack too far without clear orders led to confusion. The Gauls, fighting on ground they knew intimately, counterattacked. Several Roman cohorts were driven back in disorder, casualties mounted. Caesar was forced to withdraw. It was a sharp check to his aura of invincibility and a valuable boost to Gallic morale. The final and most famous confrontation came at Alesia. After further maneuvering and skirmishing, Vercingetorix led his forces into this fortified hilltop settlement in the territory of the Mandubi. He believed that from this stronghold, supplied by allies and protected by earthworks, he could hold out while a larger relief army gathered. Caesar, unwilling to let such a leader slip away or remain as a symbol of resistance, chose to surround him. The result was one of the most remarkable engineering feats of ancient warfare. Caesar's legions built a continuous line of fortifications around Alesia, complete with ditches, walls, towers, and traps. Then, anticipating the arrival of Gallic forces from outside, they constructed a second line facing outward. In effect, the Romans sat between two concentric rings of earth and timber. Inside the inner ring, Vercingetorix and his warriors watched supplies dwindle. Outside the outer ring, Gallic allies gathered in a growing relief army, drawn from many tribes that still hoped for a decisive blow against Rome. The siege turned into a test of endurance and nerve. The relief forces launched repeated assaults on the outer Roman line, trying to break through at weak points or at night. The defenders inside made sorties against the inner fortifications, hoping to coordinate an escape with their friends outside. Roman soldiers ran from sector to sector, plugging gaps, counterattacking, and relying on the solidity of their earthworks. Cavalry charges under trusted officers, including men like Labienus, who had been with Caesar from the start, threw back dangerous breakthroughs. For several days the outcome hung in the balance. Had either Roman line fully buckled, the army could have been crushed between hammer and anvil. In the end, disciplined labor and the stubborn cohesion of the legions carried the day. The relief army, exhausted and demoralized by repeated failures, broke and scattered. Vercingetorix, seeing that no rescue was coming and that his people faced starvation, made a choice that would be remembered for its dramatic clarity. He rode out from Alesia, dressed in his finest armor, circled Caesar's position, dismounted, and placed his weapons at the Roman commander's feet. Whether or not the scene looked exactly as later artists imagined it, the essential fact remains. The leader of the Gallic revolt surrendered. With Alesia, organized resistance in Gaul effectively collapsed. There were still mopping up operations, smaller revolts, and punitive expeditions, but the central fact was now clear. Roman authority, backed by the legions, had imposed itself across the region. The human cost had been enormous. Ancient sources speak of hundreds of thousands killed or enslaved. Even if Caesar inflated the numbers to impress readers back home, the scale of disruption was undeniable. Tribes were broken, lands burned, populations moved. At the same time, roads, markets, and new administrative structures began to knit the territory more closely to Italy. In the long run, the descendants of those who had fought against Caesar would speak Latin, serve in Roman armies, and send senators to Rome. For Caesar himself, the rewards were immediate. He had transformed his provinces from awkward borderlands into a vast source of revenue and manpower. His soldiers were fiercely devoted to him, veterans of campaigns where his decisions had meant life or death. They had seen him share their hardships, stand in the front ranks in moments of crisis, and distribute rich spoils after each victory. They called him simply their general, with a mixture of respect, fear, and affection. Every year that he remained in Gaul, his power grew. In Rome, the picture looked rather different. Senators read his commentaries with a mixture of admiration and unease. The victories were good for Roman pride and very good for commerce, but behind every triumphal sentence lay the fact that one man now controlled a hardened army, far from the direct supervision of the Senate. Some praised him as the defender of the Republic's borders. Others muttered that he was preparing to do in Italy what he had done in Gaul. As winter settled once more over the forests and fields of the north, Caesar sat in his headquarters writing, reading reports, and trading letters with friends and enemies in the capital. The wars in Gaul were, for practical purposes, won. The next contest would be fought over something more intangible but just as real as any hilltop or river crossing, the question of who would command Rome itself. When Caesar first saw Alexandria, he was arriving as a man in pursuit, not as a tourist. He had sailed after arrival across the Mediterranean, following the messy business of civil war, and he expected to find another round of negotiations and battles. Instead, he stepped into a city that looked and felt like another planet compared to Rome. Alexandria was the dream of Alexander of Macedon made stone. It had a rational grid of streets, long colonnades that marched in straight lines, and a harbour that looked like someone had designed it with map-making in mind. There were scholars arguing about philosophy, merchants shouting in a mix of Greek and Egyptian, sailors from half the known world, and somewhere behind all that, a royal palace where a family with an imagination for drama and poison tried to rule a country that had been old when Rome was a collection of huts. The ruling house was Macedonian by origin and Egyptian by ambition. Its members liked grand names and tended to reuse them. As a result, by the time Caesar arrived, the family tree was full of people called Ptolemy and Cleopatra, many of whom had married each other and then tried to kill one another. It was an arrangement that kept the royal bloodline conveniently concentrated and made family dinners tense. The current official ruler in Alexandria was a boy named Ptolemy, who was not yet in his teens. Technically, he shared power with his older sister Cleopatra, who had once been the dominant partner but had recently been forced out. Courtiers around the boy king had pushed her aside, accusing her of all the usual crimes that ambitious relatives invented when they wanted someone removed from the palace. She had vanished into the interior of Egypt with a small following and a great deal of annoyance. Cleopatra was not the stereotypical queen of legend in quite the way later art imagined. Contemporary coins and portraits suggest a strong nose, a keen jawline, and intelligent eyes rather than delicate perfection. What made her remarkable, according to ancient writers, was her presence. She spoke several languages, including Egyptian, which was unusual for members of her dynasty, who often preferred to pretend that the local population existed only as a backdrop. She was quick-witted, musical, and entirely at ease in conversation. She understood that power in a court was not just a matter of troops, but of being able to charm, unsettle, and persuade the people in front of you. When Caesar arrived, the people in charge of the young Ptolemy tried to impress him with a display that they thought would solve one problem immediately. They presented him with the severed head of the rival he had been chasing and waited for applause. Instead, Caesar looked at the grim trophy with a mixture of disgust and cold calculation. On one hand, his most persistent opponent was dead. On the other, he was now faced with the fact that men who murdered guests on their own shoreline might not be subtle partners in politics. Into this already complicated situation, Cleopatra needed to re-enter the game. She was in exile but not defeated. Somewhere along the Nile, she gathered troops and supporters. The problem was how to get close enough to Caesar to make her case. The palace was firmly in the hands of the boy king's advisors, who had no interest in letting an older, eloquent queen anywhere near their new Roman visitor. This is where the most famous story of her ingenuity appears. According to one version, she had herself smuggled into the palace, rolled up in a carpet or bundled in a sack of bedding. The package was delivered to Caesar, who unwrapped it to find not a pile of laundry, but a young queen who had taken the trouble to arrive in person. Whether the exact details are true or not, the essential point stands. She contrived to meet Caesar privately and made an impression that changed the balance of power in Egypt. The two of them had a great deal to discuss. Cleopatra wanted her throne back, with more security than she had enjoyed before. Caesar wanted Egypt stable and grateful, a useful ally at the mouth of the Nile rather than a troublesome client. The conversations that followed would have mixed business with personal chemistry. Cleopatra was in her early 20s, Caesar in his early 50s, at the height of his fame after years in Gaul. Both were used to being the most interesting person in any room. Alexandrian politics did not pause to allow romance to take its course in peace. The men around Ptolemy understood very quickly that they were losing control of the situation. If Caesar supported Cleopatra, their own positions would evaporate. Tension hardened, small incidents escalated, and before long the city became a battlefield. Caesar found himself with a relatively small force, holed up in parts of the palace district and harbour, facing Egyptian troops who knew the terrain far better than his men did. The fighting that followed is often called the Alexandrian War, and it was not one of Caesar's more comfortable campaigns. Egyptian forces tried to cut him off from water, control the harbours, and starve him out. Caesar responded with a mix of ingenuity and stubbornness. He fortified sections of the city, seized or burned ships to prevent them falling into enemy hands, and used the geography of the harbour to his advantage. At one point, fires that had been set to block or destroy ships spread into nearby dockside buildings and warehouses. Later tradition linked this with damage to the Great Library, that legendary collection of scrolls. The ancient sources are not precise on the extent of that damage, but they make clear that the fighting in the harbour caused destruction that horrified many onlookers. For residents of Alexandria, seeing parts of their proud city in flames as two foreign-backed factions fought must have felt like being trapped in someone else's quarrel. Cleopatra stayed close to the center of events. She was not simply a symbol to be installed once victory was achieved. She knew the local factions, the loyalties of nobles and priests, and the fragile fabric that held Egypt together. Her presence at Caesar's side gave him access to that insight. His presence beside her gave her the authority of Roman arms. It was a partnership that combined practical advantage with personal attraction. The turning point came when reinforcements finally arrived for Caesar, in the form of troops brought by his officers from neighboring regions. With fresh soldiers and renewed supplies, he was able to move out of his cramped positions and take the fight into the open. The decisive encounter took place near the Nile. Egyptian forces, including those loyal to Ptolemy, tried to block him. The battle saw Roman infantry, seasoned by years in Gaul, holding firm against chariots and riverside assaults. At some point in the confusion, the young king's boat capsized as he attempted to flee. His body was later found, drowned in the river that was the lifeblood of his kingdom. With that, resistance in Alexandria collapsed. Caesar installed Cleopatra as queen, formally pairing her with another younger brother, Ptolemy, who was a child. It was the sort of arrangement that looked suitably traditional on Egyptian documents, while leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that Cleopatra was the real power. For added stability, It was convenient for local audiences to imagine that the Roman general had now become the protector and perhaps the partner of their queen in a sense deeper than diplomatic. The months that followed included one of the more languid episodes in Caesar's busy life. He and Cleopatra took a trip up the Nile, a royal progress into the interior of Egypt. The Nile Valley in flood season must have been a startling sight for a man used to the rocky hills of Italy and the forests of Gaul. Fields of grain stretched away from the river in luminous green. Villages clung to the higher ground, and ancient temples rose above them, covered in hieroglyphs that no Roman scholar could fully read. On the royal barge, Cleopatra presided over a traveling court, where Greek, Egyptian, and now Latin voices mingled. There would have been music, feasting, and long conversations, as the current carried them past monuments that had watched over more dynasties than anyone could easily count. For the Egyptian population lining the banks, this was a familiar kind of spectacle, a queen visible on the water. For Caesar, it was a chance to see a kingdom whose time as an independent power was quietly running out, even as it still dazzled with gold and ceremony. During or shortly after this period, Cleopatra became pregnant. In the summer of the year 47 before the Common Era, she gave birth to a son whom she named Ptolemy, with an additional name that left no doubt about the identity she wished to claim for his father. The boy was called Caesarion, Little Caesar. In Egyptian representations, he would appear as a child king beside his mother, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Caesar never publicly acknowledged the boy as his heir in Roman law. That would have been a step too far for many in the city that still pretended it did not like monarchs. Yet the connection was plain enough to anyone who looked. Cleopatra had every reason to promote that link. A child who combined Macedonian royal blood with the name of Rome's rising star was a valuable asset in any game of dynasties. Caesar could not remain in Egypt indefinitely. Events elsewhere required his attention. Trouble in the eastern provinces and unfinished business with local rulers drew him away, and he left Alexandria with Cleopatra firmly seated on the throne. He departed with the warm support of a grateful queen and the knowledge that he had placed a friendly regime at a vital point on the map. Cleopatra, for her part, ruled from Alexandria with an eye on both the Nile and the wider Mediterranean. She handled internal revolts, balanced the interests of Egyptian priests and Greek administrators, and kept a close watch on Roman politics. She understood perfectly well that her own security depended on the fortunes of the man who had just departed and on the broader currents running through the Republic. At some point after Caesar's eastern campaigns, Cleopatra traveled to Rome with her son. She did not march in triumphal processions or sit openly in assemblies. That would have been too much for Roman sensibilities. Instead, she resided in a villa outside the formal boundaries of the city, likely on the far side of the Tiber, where foreign dignitaries could stay without disturbing the delicate rituals that governed who was allowed to be where. Her presence was a sensation. Romans were used to embassies and visiting kings, but a reigning queen from Egypt who was rumored to be the companion of their leading general and who arrived with a child called Caesarion was another matter. Some watched her with fascination, noting her style of dress, her retinue, and her calm self-possession. Others regarded her as an unwelcome symbol of foreign entanglements, an Eastern monarch who whispered to their most powerful citizen. In a striking gesture, Caesar arranged for a statue of Cleopatra to be placed in the Temple of Venus Genetrix, a shrine associated with his own family's claimed divine ancestor. For many Romans, this was startling. It suggested that he saw the Queen of Egypt as part of his own public story in a way that went beyond ordinary alliance. Conservative observers were already nervous about his accumulation of honors. Now they saw, in addition, a living reminder that he had links with a monarchy that had no patience for republican scruples. For Cleopatra, the Rome visit was a chance to observe the city that had become the central force in her world. She saw the crowded forum, the quarrelsome senate, the contrast between shabby tenements and grand villas. She would also have seen how fragile everything looked beneath the marble. Street brawls, political feuds, and the exaggerated honors given to Caesar made it obvious that the Republic was not at ease with itself. When Caesar was killed, the shock rippled outward. In Alexandria, the news would have been received with a mixture of fear and urgent calculation. In Rome, Cleopatra's position became suddenly untenable. Whatever protection she had enjoyed as the partner of the dominant figure in Roman life evaporated in a shower of knife strokes on the Senate floor. She left the city and returned to Egypt, where she would soon have to navigate a new set of alliances, this time with men who claimed to inherit Caesar's mantle. For the moment, though, in this part of the story, what matters is that her meeting with Caesar had reshaped both their lives. For him, the Egyptian interlude provided money, prestige, and a reminder that there were other ancient powers in the world besides Rome. For her, the Roman connection offered a shield and a lever, and a child whose very name was a political statement. Their paths would not cross again in person, but the consequences of their partnership would echo through the next generation of Mediterranean history. By the time Caesar finished arranging matters in the eastern Mediterranean and sent Cleopatra back to her palace beside the Nile, his thoughts were turning once more toward Rome. Years in Gaul had made him the most successful commander of his generation. Years of civil tension had made him the most worrying figure in the eyes of many senators. They could count as well as anyone, and they knew how many loyal legions stood behind his name. For a while they had tried the usual Roman solution, which was to pretend that all this was entirely normal and that the constitution was as healthy as ever. Eventually they stopped pretending. The core of the problem was simple. Caesar did not want to give up his command without guarantees about his future, and a group of senators wanted him stripped of that command before he could stand for office again. In their ideal world, he would return quietly as a private citizen, at which point any number of delayed prosecutions for past actions could be brought against him. In his ideal world, he would step from provincial power into another central magistracy without passing through a vulnerable middle stage, they argued. They sent letters. None of it solved the clash between fear and ambition. In the winter of 49, before the Common Era, the standoff finally cracked. The Senate, under the influence of men who now looked to Pompey as their champion, declared that Caesar must dismiss his legions and return at once. Caesar replied that he would do so if Pompey did the same, a suggestion that was received in the capital with something less than enthusiasm. As messages flew back and forth, the window for compromise closed. Then, in one of those gestures that later ages remember with an almost theatrical clarity, Caesar walked with his troops to a little river that marked the edge of his lawful command area and crossed it. The Rubicon was not a mighty stream. It was in many ways an unremarkable piece of Italian geography. What made it important was law. No general was supposed to bring a standing army across that line into Italy without permission. Doing so was an act of rebellion. Caesar knew exactly what he was doing. Later writers give him a suitably dramatic remark about dice and fate as he stepped across. Whether he actually said it hardly matters. The decision itself spoke loudly enough. Panic and confusion followed in Rome. Pompey and the more vocal senators decided that the city was not defensible with the troops immediately at hand. Rather than risk being trapped, they withdrew south and then across the sea to Greece, planning to gather forces there. Caesar advanced through Italy at a pace that surprised many. Towns opened their gates, sometimes out of sympathy, sometimes out of sheer nervousness. He was careful to treat his fellow citizens with restraint, promising safety to those who did not resist. It was not a reign of terror, it was an increasingly confident march. He moved swiftly to Spain, where loyal forces of Pompey were stationed, and neutralized them before they could join their commander. Then he turned back east, crossed into Greece, and met Pompey's main army on open ground near a place called Pharsalus. Pompey had more soldiers and more senators in his camp. Caesar had veterans who had followed him through forests and sieges. The battle was hard and close fought, with cavalry swirling on the flanks and clouds of dust rising above the infantry lines. In the end, Caesar's men broke through, and Pompey's army dissolved into a rout. The great rival fled toward Egypt, where the welcoming party that awaited him would ensure he never troubled Caesar again. After dealing with the complicated situation in Alexandria and brushing aside a challenge in Asia so quickly that a short note to Rome announcing victory later became a proverb, Caesar returned to the central theatre of affairs. There he fought and won further battles against remaining opponents in North Africa and Spain. The details of these campaigns mattered deeply to those who lived or died in them. To the wider Roman public, the main point was that each year another cluster of enemies was swept away. By the middle 40s, before the Common Era, there was no serious armed resistance left. Caesar was in sole command of the Roman world. The Republic, being allergic in theory to kings, had an old magistracy that could be dusted off in emergencies. This was the dictatorship, a role originally designed to allow one man to act decisively for a strictly limited period during a crisis. Caesar had already held this office more than once on a temporary basis. Now the terms stretched. He was made dictator for a number of years in succession, and then finally dictator for life. The title was old. The scope it now had was new. In practice, this meant that almost every decision passed through him. He chaired the Senate, controlled legislation, and directed foreign policy. He did not abolish republican institutions. He preferred to sit at the center of them, like the eye in a storm, while the familiar forms continued to whirl around him. He enlarged the Senate by bringing in men from Italy and the provinces, reasoning that a wider pool of elites might strengthen the state and tie more people to his system. Traditionalists grumbled that the dignity of the body was diluted. New members enjoyed their sudden rise. He reformed the calendar with the help of astronomers, aligning it more closely with the solar year and creating the pattern of months and leap days that would endure in Europe for many centuries. He tinkered with debts, reduced some obligations, and stabilized the coinage. He founded colonies, sending veterans to new homes that would also anchor Roman influence in distant lands. He granted citizenship and local rights in ways that made the idea of being Roman more attractive to communities far from the Tiber. Honors rained down on him, some sought, some offered by senators who were never quite sure how much enthusiasm was expected. He received a special chair, a laurel wreath that conveniently covered his thinning hair, and the title Father of the Country. Statues of him appeared in temples. His image looked out from coins, something no living Roman had previously arranged for himself. All of this made daily business look a little like life in a monarchy, even if the word itself remained taboo. It was during a public festival that an episode occurred which made many stomachs tighten. Mark Antony, a loyal supporter who was very comfortable with crowds, offered Caesar a crown in front of an audience. Caesar refused it, perhaps sincerely, perhaps with an eye on the reaction. The crowd murmured. Some were relieved, others disappointed. The incident lodged itself in the minds of senators who already felt that the ground beneath the old constitution was becoming very soft. Among those senators were men who had once fought beside Caesar or served under him. Gaius Cassius was a sharp-minded figure with a long record of service. Marcus Brutus was the descendant of an ancestor who, at least in legend, had helped overthrow the last Roman king centuries earlier. He had been pardoned by Caesar after backing the losing side in the civil wars and had been treated with marked courtesy. To see such men slowly move from uneasy acceptance to active plotting is one of the more unsettling turns in the story. They told themselves that they were saving the Republic from monarchy. They also knew that they were risking everything. Whispers and private meetings in houses and gardens produced a plan. Caesar would attend a session of the Senate on a particular day in March, in a hall that formed part of a complex built by Pompey. The symbolism did not go unnoticed among the conspirators. They arranged to have a large group of them present, armed with daggers concealed under their clothing. Some were motivated by principle, others by resentment or jealousy, still others by fear of what might happen if no one acted. On the appointed morning, friends and family tried to dissuade Caesar from going. There were rumors of omens, intercepted notes, nervous dreams. He waved them aside, either from impatience, fatalism, or a refusal to believe that fellow senators would dare. He entered the chamber, took his seat, and began to receive petitions. What followed has been described so often that it takes effort to remember that for the people in that room it was shocking and chaotic rather than inevitable. A senator approached with a request, grabbed his toga as if to plead more closely, and then the knives came out. Blows fell from every side. Caesar tried to defend himself for a moment, then saw familiar faces among his attackers. He fell beneath a rain of strikes, his body left near the base of a statue of Pompey, the old rival whose shadow had never quite left Roman politics. Outside, the city buzzed with confusion. Some thought that liberty had been restored. Others feared that the death of one dominant figure would simply open the way to more bloodshed. Mark Antony and other supporters of Caesar moved quickly to secure the forum. The conspirators, calling themselves liberators, tried to explain their actions to a crowd that had recently enjoyed food, games, and condoned debt relief from the murdered man. In the days that followed, Rome discovered that removing a single central figure did not magically restore the delicate balance that had existed in earlier generations. Caesar's will named a young relative, Gaius Octavius, as his adopted son and principal heir. Mark Antony held the public treasury and the loyalty of many soldiers. The senatorial elite was split between fear, relief, and regret. The Republic, which had survived foreign wars and internal uprisings, now faced another round of struggles, begun by men who believed they were preserving it. Hey there, I am Marv, and tonight we are going to do one of my favorite things. We are going to take a single object and follow its story all the way back through time. Sometimes it is a stone, sometimes a statue, sometimes a scrap of writing on cracked pottery. In this case, it is something a little more dramatic. A face made of gold that has stared calmly out at the modern world from museum posters, documentaries, and school textbooks for the last 100 years. Human history is full of grand monuments and famous names, but very often it is the small, personal things that end up speaking the loudest. A mask meant to cover one young man's face in the darkness of a tomb was never designed for an audience. It was made for the gods and for the journey after death. Yet somehow, this one quiet object became the symbol of an entire civilization and turned an almost forgotten boy king into the most recognizable Egyptian of them all. Tonight, we are going to wander back along that path. We will start with the wider world of ancient Egypt, with its kings and gods, and its very practical obsession with death. Then we will close in on the short life of Tutankhamun, the hurried burial that followed, the long centuries of silence, and finally the moment when his tomb was opened and his golden mask saw the light again. Along the way, we will talk about what that mask was meant to do, how it was made, and why it still holds us the way it does. As always, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight. And if you enjoy these slow walks through the past, please consider liking and subscribing. It is the easiest way to support the channel, and it truly helps me keep bringing you more stories like this. I am very glad you are here. So get comfortable, close your eyes if you like, and let us begin with the world that gave birth to the boy who would one day wear that golden face. The royal nursery of Egypt, in the middle of the 14th century, before the Common Era, was not the sort of place where destiny announced itself with trumpets. Children came and went in a blur of wet nurses, tutors, and court gossip. Some were painted grandly on walls and then quietly forgotten. Among them was a small boy called Tutankhaten, who did not look like the future face of ancient Egypt. Tutankhaten, later known as Tutankhamun, arrived in a world that was already slightly off its axis. His name meant living image of the Aten, which says a great deal about the moment of his birth. The ruling king, Akhenaten, had decided that Egypt's many gods were rather too many, and that one solar deity, the Aten, should take pride of place above all others. Centuries of tradition were swept aside in favor of a bright sun disk that spread rays like fingers over the royal family. For a culture that had once assigned divine personalities to almost every force and feature of life, this was nothing short of a religious earthquake. Scholars still argue, politely, and sometimes not so politely, about exactly who Tutankhaten's mother was. The most likely answer is that he was a son of Akhenaten by one of the lesser royal wives, not by the famous great royal wife Nefertiti. Modern science has been dragged into the mystery. Mummies have had their bones scanned and their DNA examined, and the general picture that emerges is that the bloodline of the 18th dynasty wound in on itself in quite an enthusiastic fashion. Royal marriages between close relatives were a way of keeping the divine blood pure in theory, but in practice they were an excellent recipe for inherited health problems. Tutankhamun himself would later marry a half-sister, following the long-standing habits of his house. The city of his childhood was Akhetaten, a fresh experiment of stone and plaster raised on a bend of the Nile in Middle Egypt. Akhenaten had picked a previously unused stretch of desert, declared that the Aten had chosen it, and ordered a new capital to rise there. Boundary stelae were carved into the cliffs, announcing the divine choice, and in an astonishingly short time, a royal city appeared. There were palaces with airy courtyards, long columned halls painted in bright colours, gardens with pools and shade trees, and temples with their roofs left open so that the sun god could shine directly onto the offerings. For a small boy in that setting, life would have been a mixture of strict routine and sensory overload. Mornings began with the bustle of servants, the smell of baking bread, and the muted clatter of pottery. Tutors would arrive with wooden boards and pallets, ready to teach the arts of reading and writing, although a prince of that rank was far more likely to dictate than to labour over reed pens. Lessons would have covered more than letters and numbers. There were formal poses to learn for ceremonies, the correct angle of a bow to elders of various ranks, the proper way to approach a shrine, and the names and titles of an extended family that doubled as a roster of living gods. Play was part of the picture as well. Objects from Tutankhamun's tomb include small model animals, throwing sticks that functioned like ancient hunting toys, and several board games. One of these, Senet, was immensely popular in Egypt. Pieces were moved along a track of squares, according to the throw of casting sticks, a pastime that also carried a symbolic meaning as the journey of the soul through the afterlife. It is easy to picture a royal child crouched over a Senet board, delighted at sending another piece back to the start, while somewhere nearby a scribe quietly noted down a decree that would affect an entire province. Beyond the nursery walls, adults wrestled with far heavier matters. Akhenaten's religious policies had upended a system that had worked, more or less, for generations. Temples dedicated to gods such as Amun and Ptah saw their income diverted and their staff reduced. Statues were altered, moved, or hidden. Priests who had enjoyed a snug existence found themselves sidelined in favor of new officials devoted to Aten. In the great new temples of the sun disk, food and drink were piled high on open-air altars, while hymns praised a god who was now treated as the direct source of every breath. For Tutankhaten, none of this would have been framed in terms of ideology or policy. The sun blazed down on Akhetaten, whether one or many gods were in fashion. The boy would have seen his father and mother stand in shafts of light, arms raised in reverence, while the carved rays of Aten reached down to touch their faces. To a child in that environment, that was simply how the world was arranged. Yet further down the social ladder, people still muttered the old prayers to Amun and Osiris, still kept small household statues of familiar gods in quiet corners. Beneath the official brightness, a layer of unease persisted. Art from this period gives a strangely intimate look at palace life. The Amarna style, as it is now called, shows the royal family in elongated, almost fluid forms, with narrow faces and soft, rounded bodies. Scenes portray Akhenaten and Nefertiti in relaxed moments with their daughters, feeding them morsels of food or holding them on their laps. Somewhere among the damaged and fragmentary scenes, a small boy may once have appeared, perhaps close to his mother or a nurse. If Tutankhaten was painted there, the pigments have faded, or the plaster has fallen away in just the wrong places. What survives are tantalizing hints of a household where the future king grew up under a very strange and very bright experiment in religion and power. In the end, the strange religious experiment that had defined Tutankhaten's childhood did not so much explode as quietly run out of breath. Akhenaten, the architect of this sun-drenched vision, grew older and more withdrawn. The bright new city on the bend of the Nile began to feel less like the future and more like a project that no one quite knew how to finish. Somewhere in the royal apartments, the boy who would become Tutankhamun watched elders come and go with worried faces and urgent voices. The last years of Akhenaten are blurred and full of gaps, like a wall painting that has lost its central figures. There may have been a co-ruler for a short time, perhaps a young prince named Smenkhkare, perhaps someone else entirely under a ceremonial name. Names shift, titles overlap, and the records that might once have explained it all are fragmentary. What is clear is that within a few years, the throne was left in the hands of a child. Tutankhaten, still not old enough to shave, became king of Upper and Lower Egypt. Egypt had done this before. Child kings were not unheard of, and the court had practiced the art of ruling in a young name for generations. There were instructions, so to speak, for how to surround a small boy with enough experienced adults to keep the state moving. In this case, the most important of those adults were a high official named Ai and a military commander named Horemheb. Ai had served the royal family for years and appears in inscriptions as a fatherly advisor. Horemheb was a soldier with an eye on foreign affairs and a firm view of Egyptian greatness. Between them, they supplied the maturity and the muscle that the thin young king did not yet possess. The coronation itself must have been a spectacle. Somewhere in the city that Akhenaten had built, priests and officials gathered in long white robes. Scribes checked lists. Musicians tuned harps and flutes. The boy king would have been bathed and perfumed, his eyelids painted with protective black kohl, his head crowned with the tall double crown that symbolized both halves of the kingdom. The Aten still officially ruled supreme at this point, so hymns to the sun disk would have mingled with older prayers that no one quite dared to say out loud. For all the ceremony, the real business of the new reign was not immediately visible. That business was the slow, careful unwinding of Akhenaten's religious revolution. The country had tolerated a great deal because Egypt was good at absorbing oddities and carrying on. Yet the old system of many gods, with powerful temples that provided food, employment, and social structure, had been badly bruised. The priesthood of Amun, once a force to rival the throne itself, had lost income and prestige. Towns whose identities were built around local gods felt pushed aside by the new capital in the middle of nowhere. Even practical matters such as temple maintenance and festival calendars had been disrupted. In what must have been a remarkably tense series of meetings, the senior men around the throne weighed their options. Returning to the old system entirely would offend those who had benefited from Akhenaten's changes. Keeping the new religion as it stood risked real unrest. The compromise that emerged was clever. The young king would lead the way back to the traditional gods, and in doing so he would become the darling of every priest and official who had quietly loathed the Aten years. The shift began with something deeply symbolic. At some point early in the reign, the royal name was altered. Tutankhaten became Tutankhamun. One short element in the name was swapped for another. Aten, the sun disk, was out. Amun, the great hidden god of Thebes, was in. On stone walls, the old name was chiseled away and the new one carved in its place. Official documents and statues had to be corrected, which was no small undertaking in a bureaucratic culture that carved everything in hard stone and painted it for emphasis. The change announced to the entire kingdom that the young king now stood with the old gods. Names carry weight in ancient Egypt. A royal birth name was wrapped up with destiny, protection, and legitimacy. To change it so publicly was rather like repainting a national flag and rewriting the national anthem all at once. For priests of Amun and for ordinary people who had never quite warmed to Aten, the new name would have been a tremendous relief. The world made sense again. The great hidden god was back in favor. The political steps followed behind the religious signal. The court began to drift away from Akhetaten, that sun-struck city in the desert, and back toward more traditional centers of power. Memphis, near the head of the Nile Delta, became an important royal base again. Thebes, the city of Amun in Upper Egypt, began to recover its old glow. Workshops that had fallen quiet found orders returning. Temple estates began to see grain and cattle flowing back into their ledgers. One of the most important documents from this time, often called the Restoration Stela, sets out the situation in blunt and rather aggrieved language. It complains that the temples of the gods had fallen into ruin, that their shrines were overgrown with weeds, that the gods had turned their backs on Egypt because their images had been neglected. It then announces that the king has set about repairing all this. The gods will once again receive their offerings. Their processional roads will be swept and decorated. Their festivals will be celebrated at the proper times. It is the ancient equivalent of a new administration promising to fix everything the last one broke. The stela presents Tutankhamun as the driving force behind this restoration, which is flattering but not entirely believable, for a boy who had only just reached the age where one might reasonably be trusted to ride a chariot without supervision. Behind his serene carved features stood men like Ai and Horemheb, who knew very well which side their bread was buttered on. By championing the old gods, they gained the loyalty of powerful temple networks. By putting the words in the mouth of the king, they wrapped their policy in divine legitimacy. In practice, restoring the old religion was as much about building works as it was about theology. Stone speaks loudly in Egypt. At Karnak, the vast temple complex at Thebes, Tutankhamun had his name placed on newly built structures. Bits of older monuments that had celebrated Aten were dismantled and used as building blocks, turned inward where no one could see them. New statues of Amun and other gods were raised. At Luxor Temple, reliefs show the young king participating in rituals, sometimes with features that still carry a hint of the Amarna artistic style, but dressed unmistakably as a traditional pharaoh. These projects served several purposes at once. They placated the gods, at least in the minds of the faithful. They brought employment to laborers, artisans, and scribes. They allowed priests and officials to point proudly at recent work and say that the king was pious and generous. They also gave the regime something to show foreign envoys who might have been wondering whether Egypt had lost its mind. Few things say stability, like a large temple full of chanting clergy and smoking incense. From the point of view of the young monarch, the years of restoration must have been bewildering and heady. There were endless ceremonies. He would be led into the presence of statues garlanded with flowers to present offerings that had been carefully arranged on trays. He would ride in processions, standing in a chariot, while crowds shouted blessings. He would be taught the correct phrases to say on each occasion, the correct way to hold the scepter and the flail, the proper order in which to honor the gods. There were foreign envoys to receive, gifts to accept, formal banquets where everyone watched his expression closely, hoping for signs of favor. At some point in these early years, he married. His bride was Ankhesenamun, a girl who had grown up in the same palace world, a daughter of Akhenaten and likely of Nefertiti. The two were close in age and shared the odd experience of being raised in a religious experiment that was now being carefully dismantled around them. Marriage within the royal family was standard practice, meant to keep the divine blood uncluttered by outside lines. It also had the practical effect of limiting the number of in-laws at court, though it did nothing to simplify the family tree. Scenes from surviving artifacts show the couple in tender poses, seated together on a gilded throne, her hand resting on his shoulder, as if offering comfort or support. The land beyond the palaces had its own concerns. Farmers still watched the rise of the Nile every year, praying for a flood that was generous but not destructive. Craftsmen in villages along the river carved furniture, brewed beer, tanned leather, and spun linen. Soldiers along the borders kept an eye on neighbors who had their own ambitions in Syria and Nubia. For them, the fine distinctions between Aten and Amun mattered less than whether the temples were open, the festivals came on schedule, and the royal storehouses were full enough to provide grain in lean years. Word would have spread slowly that the king favored the old gods again. Travelers carried stories along the Nile. A caravan leader who had visited Thebes might tell of the smoke rising from the great temple of Amun once more. A scribe from Memphis might mention that new statues were being carved for Ptah. These were the kinds of small details that signaled to ordinary people that the world was returning to familiar patterns. Within the court, however, no one could quite forget the fragility of the situation. Tutankhamun had no surviving children that we know of, though there is tragic evidence that 2 stillborn daughters were buried with him. The royal line, in other words, perched on a young and not particularly robust pair of shoulders. The advisors who shaped policy for the kingdom knew perfectly well that they might outlive their king. It is hard not to suspect that each one carried in the back of his mind a quiet little list of what to do if the unthinkable happened, and the boy on the throne did not live to see middle age. The young ruler himself had little choice but to play the role set out for him. In public, he appeared as the embodiment of Maat, the divine order that kept chaos at bay. He smote enemies in reliefs, offered incense, and stood in the prow of ceremonial boats. In private, he was a teenager, with all the ordinary aches and uncertainties that come with growing bones and changing expectations. Modern studies of his remains suggest that he was not especially healthy. The royal inbreeding that had seemed theologically neat may have left him with fragile limbs and a body prone to infection. Long days of standing in heavy regalia, long nights of ceremonies lit by flickering oil lamps, would have taken their toll. Still, for a brief span of years, the arrangement worked. The gods were appeased, or at least their human representatives were. The temples thrummed with life again. The sun still rose for those who clung to Aten, but now it did so as part of a wider cast of divine characters, rather than as a lone star. Tutankhamun's name was carved on walls from Nubia in the south to the edges of Syria in the north. He was pharaoh in every formal sense, even if the decisions were often made by older men whose names would one day appear only in footnotes. In a way that neither he nor his advisors could possibly have suspected, this brief moment of restoration would fix his memory in stone and gold. The works commissioned in his name, the statues, reliefs, and objects marked with his cartouche, would one day help archaeologists piece together his story. For now, though, they were simply part of the effort to convince gods and people alike that Egypt was stable, pious, and firmly back on track. In many royal stories, there is a grand finale. A last battle, a final speech, an act of defiance that hangs in the air. Tutankhamun does not get anything so tidy. For a king whose face has become a global celebrity, his last year is oddly quiet in the record. There is no clear mention of a dramatic campaign, no grand treaty with a rival power, no boast carved in loud letters on a temple wall that says, "This is how it ended." There is instead a kind of hush, and then, rather suddenly, a funeral. To imagine those last months, it helps to step back into his everyday world and look at the objects that life left behind. The tomb that would one day make him famous was filled not only with gold, but with things that had clearly been used. There are worn sandals, walking sticks with polished grips, garments that have been mended, and chariots that show the scuffs and dents of actual use. There are bows and arrows, boomerang-like throwing sticks for hunting birds, beautifully crafted daggers, and fine linen shirts. There are stools and beds and headrests, games and cosmetic jars. This is the luggage of a young man who lived in some comfort and who expected to go on needing the same equipment in the next world. One object in particular, a painted wooden chest, shows him in a rather different light. On its sides are lively scenes of the king in a chariot, charging into battle against foreign enemies. The defeated are shown in wild disarray, their horses tumbling, their hands raised in desperate pleas. Tutankhamun stands tall, bow drawn, in that confident pose that kings across the Near East favoured. Whether he actually fought in battle in quite that style is debatable. Royal artists were paid to show ideals rather than realities. Yet the chest tells us that the image of the warrior king was important in his court, and it hints that he at least took part in formal hunts and parades where chariots and weapons were part of the spectacle. For a teenager, life must have felt at once grand and precarious. The restoration of the old gods had restored some normality to the kingdom, but inside his own body, there were less cooperative forces at work. Later examinations of his remains would suggest that his skeleton carried a story of genetic strain and illness. Bones testify to trouble in one foot. There were signs that he favoured one leg, and the tomb contained an astonishing number of walking sticks and staffs, far more than a simple love of accessories would explain. When all these details are added up, they paint a picture of a young man who moved through his palaces with more effort than his statues suggest. There are also traces that a serious injury occurred not long before his death. A fracture in one leg, high enough to be potentially dangerous, appears to have happened while he was still alive. In an age before antibiotics, a bad break could lead to infection and a fast decline, especially in a body already under some stress. At the same time, traces of a nasty strain of malaria have been detected in his tissues. Malaria was a constant menace along the Nile and could strike even the mightiest. A combination of a serious injury and a serious disease in a frail young king is not a comforting recipe. For a long time, there were more dramatic theories. Early X-ray images seemed to show damage to the back of the skull, and this led to lurid suggestions of murder, of palace plots, and a blow to the head in some dim corridor. It made a good story, and newspapers loved it. Later, better imaging and a more careful look showed that the supposed head wound was in fact the result of rough treatment after death, when embalmers removed the brain and poured resin into the skull. The idea of a royal assassination has lost much of its force, but it lingers in popular imagination because we humans are fond of tidy explanations and palace intrigue. The mundane reality, a tangle of illness and injury in a teenage body, is less dramatic but more in keeping with the way the ancient world usually worked. However it happened, at some point in his late teens, Tutankhamun died. The royal household would have been thrown into an extremely practical kind of panic. A dead king in Egypt, was not just a family tragedy and a constitutional crisis. It was a challenge for embalmers, priests and administrators who had a limited time to turn a royal corpse into a fully equipped inhabitant of the afterlife. The ideal span of mummification was 70 days, a number some scholars link with the cycle of certain bright stars that vanish and reappear in the sky. Whatever the deeper symbolism, the practical result was that a great deal had to be organized in rather a hurry. The first step was to transfer the body into the care of embalmers. These were specialists who knew exactly what to do with royal remains. The process was part science, part art, and part religious performance. In a shaded embalming place on the west bank of the Nile, near the cemeteries where so many earlier kings already lay, they set to work. The body was washed and purified with water from the sacred river and with aromatic resins. Most of the internal organs were carefully removed through an incision, dried separately, and placed in containers that we call canopic jars. Each jar was under the protection of a specific deity, and the whole set together was meant to travel with the king into eternity. The heart was left in place inside the chest. Egyptian belief saw the heart as the seat of thought and character, and in the great judgment scene of the afterlife, it would be weighed against the feather of truth. The brain, on the other hand, was regarded as unimportant. It was drawn out in rather undignified fashion through the nose and discarded. To us this seems an odd arrangement, but every culture misjudges at least one organ, and Egypt is in good company in that regard. Once the body had been emptied and rinsed, it was packed in a mineral salt known as natron. This white, crumbly substance, gathered from dry lake beds, drew moisture out of flesh with ruthless efficiency. The body lay swaddled in natron for weeks, shrinking and tightening until the embalmers deemed it ready to proceed. When they finally brushed away the salt, what remained was a dry and rather gaunt figure, ready to be transformed. Oils and resins were applied to make the skin more supple. Amulets and jewelry were tucked into place. Layer upon layer of linen was wrapped around limbs and torso, and spells were spoken at every stage to protect each part of the king on his long journey. Some of the amulets that went into those wrappings can still be seen today. There are tiny gold pieces shaped like sacred symbols, intricate charms of carnelian and other stones, and protective images of gods and hieroglyphic signs. Each had a purpose. One watched over the throat, another guarded the heart, another protected the bones. The embalmers were not merely preserving the body as a physical thing. They were building a kind of spiritual armor around Tutankhamun, ensuring that no demon or misfortune in the next world would find an unprotected gap. While all this was going on, other teams were hard at work on the next problem, which was where to place the finished mummy. Kings of the 18th dynasty were buried in a remote valley on the west bank, in tombs cut into the limestone cliffs. This place, now known as the Valley of the Kings, was chosen in part because of its natural seclusion. Instead of huge pyramids that advertised the presence of treasure from miles away, these monarchs chose to hide their tombs in a dry and narrow valley, cover the entrances, and trust that the desert and the gods would do the rest. Normally, a king would have started his own tomb construction around the time he took the throne. Work crews would toil away in the valley for years, extending corridors and chambers, carving and painting walls, and generally ensuring that when the inevitable end came, there would be an impressive underground residence waiting. In Tutankhamun's case, this long preparation was interrupted by the very fact of his short life. There is good reason to think that the tomb, where he finally ended up, was not originally planned for him at all. But had been begun for a different member of the royal family. Its size and layout are modest, compared with the grand corridors of some neighbours, and there are signs that changes were made at speed. The tomb we now know as KV62 consists of a short descending passage, a small antechamber, a side annex, a burial chamber, and a treasury. That is all. Other kings enjoyed long corridors leading to multiple halls and additional rooms. Tutankhamun's eternal house is the compact apartment at the quiet end of the row. Yet even this small space required a surprising amount of work to make ready in time. Walls in the burial chamber had to be plastered and painted with scenes suitable for a royal funeral. The sarcophagus, a great box of stone, had to be brought in and set up. Gilded wooden shrines that nest around each other like gigantic ceremonial coffins had to be assembled around the place where the actual mummy would lie. All of this in a room that is not much larger than a modern living room. The wall paintings themselves have their own story to tell. One section shows the new king, Ai, performing a ritual before Tutankhamun, a scene that both honors the dead ruler and quietly points to the succession. Another shows the funeral procession, with figures pulling a sled that carries the mummy. The style is somewhat simplified compared with more lavish tombs, and there are places where the paint and plaster seem to have been rushed. Some names were altered from earlier versions, hinting that original plans were adjusted as events overtook the artists. It is as if decorators were told halfway through a job to change not only the colour scheme but the name on the door, and to do it before the banquet guests arrived. Furnishing the tomb was another challenge. A pharaoh required much more than a sarcophagus and a few vases. The afterlife was imagined as a continuation of life on Earth, and that meant furniture, clothing, tools, food, drink, weapons, and symbols of rank. Storerooms across the palaces would have been raided for appropriate items. Craftsmen worked overtime to finish pieces that were still in progress. Objects originally intended for someone else were pressed into service, their inscriptions altered to carry the name of Tutankhamun instead of another individual. In some cases, the earlier names can still be seen under magnification, like ghostly signatures beneath a new coat of paint. The list of things that eventually made the journey into the little tomb is astonishing. There were ceremonial chariots with gilded fittings, thrones inlaid with coloured glass and stones, beds carved to resemble animals, alabaster jars that still held traces of unguents and oils, and elaborate containers shaped like shrines. There were boxes filled with linen garments, some of them finely pleated, others more practical. There were weapons of fine workmanship, shields and pieces of armour. A splendid dagger made from meteoric iron, polished to a sheen, rested near the body. There were baskets and jars of food, wine jugs carefully labelled with year and vineyard, garlands of dried flowers that still keep a hint of their shape. Among the more touching items are those that speak directly of the young man, rather than the office he held. Locks of hair believed to belong to his grandmother were sealed in a small casket, as if a family keepsake had been tucked into his luggage. Games lie ready to be played again, including Senate sets with their carved pieces. There are small statues that probably stood in private corners of palaces, now repurposed as comforts and companions in eternity. In all this, there is a sense not only of royal splendour, but of people who knew the king and who wanted him to have familiar things around him, even if they believed that he himself would never again see the light of the Sunday. At the end of the 70 days, the funeral procession wound its way to the tomb. Priests walked ahead, chanting spells and shaking instruments that sounded like rattles. Bearers carried the mummy in its nested coffins on a sled, pulled along a prepared path. Family members and officials followed. Somewhere among them walked Anke Senneman, now a young widow. With her were the elder statesmen of the court, including A, who was already positioning himself as the next ruler. The air would have smelled of incense and desert dust, and the walls of the valley cliffs would have stared back impassively as they had done for centuries. At the entrance to the tomb, final rites were performed. One of the most important was the so-called opening of the mouth ceremony, in which special tools were touched to the lips and face of the mummy to restore the senses, so that the dead king could speak, eat, see, and breathe in the next world. Offerings of food and drink were presented. Hymns and prayers were spoken in a language that was ancient even then. Once all was done, the inner shrines were closed, the stone lid of the sarcophagus was set in place, and workers began the less poetic task of filling passages and doorways with rubble and plaster, then sealing them with official stamps. For the court, life moved on with brisk determination. I assumed the double crown and began to rule in his own name. Horemheb would eventually follow, and, in his vigorous desire to restore Egypt to what he considered proper order, would try very hard to erase the memory of Tutankhamun and the entire line of Akhenaten. Names were chiseled off monuments, images were altered, and the Amarna interlude was treated as an embarrassment best not mentioned. The very boy whose funeral had drawn so much effort became, in official terms, almost a non-person. The tomb in the valley, however, did not care in the least about shifting political moods. Its little entrance lay tucked near the floor of the valley, not far from the grand monument of a later king. Over time, floods swept down from the cliffs during rare heavy rains, sending mud and gravel pouring across the floor of the valley. The low steps and doorway of KV-62 were gradually buried. Workmen from later building projects put up huts nearby, trampling the ground, stacking tools and pottery shards, perhaps even sitting to eat their lunches on the rubble that covered the entrance. They had no idea that a royal burial lay a few feet below their sandals. Tomb robbers did visit the place at least twice in antiquity. The broken seals on the outer doors and some disturbed objects inside show that thieves managed to find their way in and help themselves to easily portable items. Gold leaf and small objects would have been tempting prizes, yet their visits were interrupted early, perhaps by guards or by officials patrolling the valley. The robbers did not have time to strip the tomb. After each intrusion, the authorities resealed the entrance as best they could. Someone even hurriedly patched the outer doorway. For once in Egyptian history, the forces of order were just competent enough, and perhaps just lucky enough, to frustrate the worst intentions of thieves. Meanwhile, almost every other royal tomb in the valley and beyond suffered thorough plundering. Legal papyri from later periods record long trials of robbers who recount in miserable detail how they tunneled into graves, broke open coffins, and melted down gold. Those stories make for grim reading, but they also throw into relief how unusual Tutankhamun's survival is. His tomb was robbed, yes, but not stripped. It was resealed, hidden by nature, and then completely forgotten. And there it sat today, for more than 3,000 years, through the rise and fall of empires, the passing of Greek and Roman visitors, the arrival of Christian hermits and Arab travelers, the coming of European tourists with sketchbooks and later with cameras, That small chamber, with its quiet mummy and its glittering cargo, waited in darkness. Sand and stone do not hurry. The gold in the coffins and the curious face of the golden mask that covered the king's head lay in perfect blackness, unseen, while the world above changed and changed again. By the time Howard Carter arrived in the Valley of the Kings as a young artist and archaeologist, the place already had the air of a site that had given up most of its secrets. The valley is not large, really just a dry cleft in the limestone hills on the west bank of the Nile opposite Luxor, but for several centuries of the New Kingdom, it was the ultimate address for royal burials. When Carter first walked there with his sketchbook, it was also full of other people's footprints. Explorers and treasure hunters had poked and prodded almost every fold of it for more than a century. Carter did not start his working life as a distinguished scholar. He arrived in Egypt at the age of 17 as an artist with a steady hand and an eye for detail, employed to copy wall paintings and inscriptions for more senior archaeologists. That meant long days in dim tombs, sitting very still, breathing dust and lamp smoke while trying to produce accurate watercolors of ancient scenes. It was not glamorous, but it was an excellent way to learn the layout of the valley, to see which tombs were impressive and which were oddly modest, and to develop a sense of where gaps in the pattern might lie. Over time, he shifted from illustrator to excavator, gaining a reputation for being careful, stubborn, and a little prickly in his dealings with officials. The partner who would make his stubbornness truly useful was George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, a British aristocrat who had turned to Egyptian antiquities after an unfortunate car accident left him in need of warm winters. Carnarvon had money, curiosity, and a taste for adventure. Carter had experience, patience, and a detailed mental map of the Valley of the Kings. It was a good match. In 1907 they began working together, and 3 years later Carnarvon secured the concession to excavate in the valley itself. Carter now had the right to dig in the one place in Egypt that still whispered of missing kings. There were good reasons to suspect that at least one royal tomb had not yet been found. Lists of kings from the period suggested that some rulers were missing from the archaeological record. One of those names was Tutankhamun. A few small objects bearing his cartouche had turned up in the valley, mostly in the tomb of another king, which implied that somewhere nearby his own burial ought to exist. But the valley floor was cluttered with debris from earlier digs, builders, huts, spoil heaps, and the random rubble of centuries. To find anything that had been thoroughly buried, someone would have to move a great deal of unpromising stone. Carter was precisely the sort of man to do that. He approached the valley as a kind of three-dimensional puzzle. Old maps were studied, surfaces were marked off in grids, and teams of workmen set to the unromantic task of clearing rubble one basket at a time. Season after season, they chipped away at slopes and hollows, revealing familiar tomb entrances, ancient workmen's huts, and frustrating patches of bedrock. Each find had to be recorded and considered, but none of it looked like the missing tomb of a king. By 1922, Carnarvon had spent a fortune on this slow process, and his patience was beginning to sound rather like a bank balance nearing its limit. The concession was due to expire. Many other archaeologists thought the valley had yielded everything worth having. Carter, however, remained convinced that one patch of ground near the tomb of Ramesses VI still hid something important. It was a natural hollow that had been used as a convenient dumping place for rubble and for temporary huts. He had a hunch that the builders of a small royal tomb might have cut into that spot, and that later activity had covered the entrance by accident. The final season was granted almost as a last favour. Carter hired his crews, set up his camp, and began once more to clear away the sun-baked piles of stone and dust that lay over his chosen area. In early November, the men reached a layer of chips that looked different from the rest, the sort of squared flakes that come from cutting a tomb staircase rather than from natural erosion. Soon after, the top of a cut stone step emerged. It led downward, disappearing under more rubble. It was hardly proof of anything, but it was enough to make Carter wire Carnarvon to come to Egypt at once. Over the next days, the workmen cleared the staircase, step after step, until a plastered doorway came into view at the bottom. The plaster was stamped with seals that bore the coiled figure of a royal guardian, a jackal above 9 bound captives, and, more importantly, cartouches of a name. Carter bent close and brushed away dust. The name inside the oval signs was familiar. It was Tutankhamun. All the patience, all the dusty seasons had led to this little door in the rock. On the afternoon of 26 November 1922, with Carnarvon and a small group present, Carter had a narrow hole cut in the upper corner of the sealed doorway. The air that rushed out had been trapped there since craftsmen had finished their work more than 3,000 years before. Carter held up a candle and peered in. At first, his eyes saw only darkness and shifting shadows. Then, slowly, glints of gold and shapes of furniture emerged out of the gloom. Carnarvon asked if anything could be seen. Carter later recorded his own answer as a simple phrase that has since been repeated endlessly. He said that he saw wonderful things. The space beyond that first doorway was not the burial chamber itself, but an antechamber, a kind of grand hallway that had been crammed with items of astonishing richness. Gilded couches shoved up against one another, chariots leaning at awkward angles, great chests, shrines, stools, baskets, and statues all jumbled together as if a number of furniture vans had arrived at once and their drivers had been told to hurry. Nothing quite like it had ever been seen. Almost every surface seemed to glint. What is easy to forget in the neat retelling is that nothing was touched immediately. The opening of the first sealed door was the archaeological equivalent of discovering a loaded treasure chest, then deciding to shut the lid again and carefully photograph the hinges. Carter knew that one clumsy move could destroy fragile objects or disturb the layers of evidence that might explain how the tomb had been used and reused. So the small breach in the doorway was sealed again, guards were posted, and plans were made. Newspapers had already begun to mention the discovery, and the valley, once quiet, was now filled with curiosity. Managing all of this, while trying to keep his nerve, would test Carter's patience and organizational skills fully. Over the next several months, the antechamber was recorded and cleared. Harry Burton, the expedition photographer, took a series of famous black and white images that show the room as it was when the seal was first broken. In those photographs, chairs and beds lie in what looks like artful chaos. Statues stare ahead with fixed expressions, and stacks of boxes create a forest of edges and corners. Burton worked with heavy cameras on tripods, using long exposures and portable lamps. His pictures are crisp and detailed, and they remain some of the most valuable records from the entire enterprise. Each object had to be measured, drawn, described in notes, and given a number. Conservators applied gentle bandages and supports to items that were decayed or fragile, because 3,000 years in a sealed room is no guarantee of perfect preservation. Temperature changes, ancient insects, and the simple frailty of materials would all have taken a toll. When an item was ready, it was carried out of the tomb in a carefully arranged procession and taken to a laboratory space nearby. There, further cleaning and strengthening could be done before anything was sent on to the Cairo Museum. Among the things that slowed the work was the realization that the tomb had been visited, however briefly, in antiquity. The outer seals on the first doorway had clearly been broken and patched more than once. Inside, some boxes had been rifled, their lids removed and their contents disturbed. Robbers had come looking for gold and had taken what they could snatch and carry before being interrupted. Carter could see that officials had then made some effort to restore order, retying cords and adding new seals. The result was an antechamber that felt crowded and untidy, but that still contained an extraordinary quantity of untouched treasures. Behind the antechamber lay the inner heart of the tomb, still sealed at this point. A second doorway led into the burial chamber, but Carter refused to rush. He insisted that the first rooms be fully documented and cleared before the central shrine was opened. This was a wise decision. It meant that when, eventually, they did step into the burial chamber, there would be room to maneuver and a better understanding of what to expect. Patience is not always rewarded in archaeology, but in this case it certainly was. When work finally moved on to the burial chamber and its attached side rooms, the scale of the find became even clearer. In the center of the painted room stood a large gilded wooden shrine, then another inside it, and another inside that, like an enormous set of ceremonial nesting boxes. Within the innermost shrine was the stone sarcophagus, its lid held in place by great bolts. The process of dismantling these layers took years. Each piece had to be recorded, disassembled, conserved, and removed in order, a process slightly reminiscent of taking apart a very delicate and very ancient wardrobe that happens to contain a king. The world beyond the valley watched all this with increasing excitement. Newspapers sent correspondence, magazines ran long illustrated features, and the names of Carter and Carnarvon became famous. The story of a forgotten boy king whose tomb had lain almost untouched for more than 30 centuries was irresistible. The timing helped. The 1920s were a decade hungry for exotic stories, for images of faraway places and glamorous mysteries. Tutankhamun arrived on the front pages as if on cue, bringing with him golden coffins, elegant statues, and an air of something older and stranger than anything in the modern world. One element that gripped the public imagination in particular was the death of Lord Carnarvon. In April 1923, a few months after the initial discovery, Carnarvon died in Cairo from complications following an infected mosquito bite. The fact that he had been involved in the opening of a pharaonic tomb and then had died suddenly was not lost on newspaper writers or readers. Ancient Egyptian inscriptions sometimes speak of dire fates awaiting those who disturb the resting places of the dead, and this was more than enough for those inclined to see a pattern. The phrase "curse of the Pharaohs" began to appear in headlines. In reality, there was no special curse written on the walls of Tutankhamun's tomb. The texts there are standard, magical, and religious formulae, meant to guide and protect the king rather than threaten visitors. Carnarvon's death was tragic, but entirely in keeping with the medical realities of the time. Infections killed wealthy peers and poor labourers alike. Several other people closely involved with the excavation lived to quite advanced ages. Carter himself survived until 1939 and spent much of his later life lecturing, writing and brooding over the details of the discovery. The curse made for splendid theatre, but the sand and stone of the valley remained imperturbably indifferent. For Carter, the more immediate curse, if it can be called that, was paperwork. The sheer volume of material coming out of the tomb required organization on a heroic scale. Lists were written, cross-referenced, and checked. Drawings were made of everything from massive shrines to tiny rings. Each day brought new challenges, as previously unseen objects emerged from layers of linen or from inside boxes. A game that had been wrapped in cloth turned out to have intricately carved playing pieces. A jar contained not grain, but small sculptures. Somewhere behind every object lay a craftsman in the 18th dynasty who had spent hours of skilled labor to create it, and Carter felt a responsibility to understand and record their work properly. There were also constant negotiations with the Egyptian authorities. The days when foreign excavators could simply take everything they found back to their home museums were coming to an end. Egyptian officials quite rightly insisted that the contents of a royal tomb belonged to Egypt. In earlier years, it had been common to divide finds between the excavator and the host country, a practice known as partage. With Tutankhamun, however, the scale and significance of the find made it clear that no division would occur. Carnarvon had hoped that at least some part of the treasure might go to his collection, but after his death the matter was settled firmly in favor of keeping the entire assemblage in Cairo. The work of clearing the tomb and studying its contents stretched on through most of the 1920s. By the time the last chamber had been emptied and the final objects moved, Carter and his team had created an enormous archive of notes and photographs. Thousands of artifacts had been stabilized and transported. The mummy of Tutankhamun had been removed from its nested coffins and examined, although in a fashion that would make modern conservators wince. Early attempts to separate the body from the hardened resins that held it to the coffin involved cutting bandages and lifting limbs with more force than now seems wise. Yet even this rough handling could not prevent the basic outlines of the king's life and appearance from emerging. For the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, the arrival of Tutankhamun's furnishings was transformative. Cases and galleries were reshaped to display the most impressive pieces. Visitors could now stand face to face with statues that had never been meant to leave a royal tomb, admire jewelry that had lain on the chest of a king, and marvel at household items that looked surprisingly fresh. In this process, one object in particular began to draw more attention than any other. It was a golden face with serene features, inlaid eyes, and a headdress striped with blue. When the mask of Tutankhamun was finally displayed to the public, it became, almost overnight, the emblem of the entire discovery. Back in the valley, the entrance to the tomb, once the center of such feverish activity, returned to a kind of silence. The stairway remained, and visitors were now escorted down to see the painted burial chamber, but the great crowds and the rows of workmen had gone. The valley kept its cliffs and its heat, and its peculiar echo, where even a small noise seems to travel a long way. What had changed forever was the way that the world thought about a long-dead teenager who had once been an almost forgotten name on a king list. Thanks to Carter, Carnarvon, and a great many anonymous labourers, Tutankhamun had emerged from the dark into the bright and often noisy attention of the modern world. There is a moment in the long, slow unwrapping of Tutankhamun, when the whole story seems to pivot from a general tale of kings and tombs to something much more personal. It comes when the last coffin lid is raised, the resin-dark wrappings are cut, and the face that the ancient embalmers meant for the gods alone is revealed. The men in that crowded chamber in the valley had already seen enough gold to last a lifetime. They had handled statues by the dozen, shrines stacked like enormous gilded cupboards, chariots, thrones, and boxes. Yet nothing quite prepared them for the sight of the mask. They had to work to reach it. The nest of coffins that held the king was like a set of increasingly luxurious shells. The inner coffin, made of solid gold, was stuck fast to the wrappings by hardened resins that had been poured over the mummy in generous amounts. Separating them required patience, determination, and, it must be said, rather more force than modern conservators would use. Gradually, however, the wrappings at the head could be peeled back, and there it was, the golden face that had rested in darkness for more than 3 millennia. It is easy, in an age of colour photography and global exhibitions, to forget how astonishing that first glimpse must have been. The mask does not glitter wildly. Gold has a soft, steady glow rather than a harsh flash. The features are calm and symmetrical, the eyes slightly narrowed as if the owner were considering something at a distance. The lips have a faint suggestion of a smile. The ears are pierced. A striped royal headcloth frames the face, rising up into the familiar shape seen now in thousands of school books and postcards. For Carter and his colleagues, used to seeing kings in chipped stone and faded paint, this was something else entirely. It was as if a royal statue had remembered that it had once been a person. Tutankhamun's mask is not large by the standards of monumental art. It stands a little more than half a meter tall and weighs a bit more than 10 kilograms. That is still a great deal of gold, especially once one remembers that this is not solid metal through and through, but carefully shaped sheets, hammered and joined. The ancient goldsmiths who made it did not simply pour molten metal into a mold and polish the result. They took flat pieces of high-carat gold, worked them patiently with hammers on anvils and stakes, curved them into shape, and soldered them together so neatly that the joins are hard to see without modern lights and lenses. The result has a sort of effortless grace that hides the complexity behind it. The face and torso are of a slightly richer coloured gold than the rest, which gives the impression of warm skin under the polished surface. Modern tests have shown that the metal there has a different mix of elements than the gold in the headdress and back. That suggests that the craftsmen deliberately used more than one alloy to get exactly the effect they wanted, and then burnished the whole surface to an even sheen. In a workshop somewhere in Thebes or Memphis, men who had never heard the name Tutankhamun before they received the commission sat for months or years tapping away at sheets of metal to conjure a king. Gold on its own, though, was not enough. The ancient Egyptians loved contrast. The striped headcloth is inlaid with a deep blue material, a mixture of glass and mineral that mimics the colour of lapis lazuli. The eyebrows and the cosmetic lines around the eyes are set with actual lapis, a stone that had to travel a long way from mines in Central Asia. The whites of the eyes are made from polished quartz, with pupils of dark stone. The collar that spreads over the chest is inlaid with small rectangles of coloured glass and semi-precious stones in a repeating pattern, like a very patient mosaic. Hawks' heads form the terminals of the collar, their eyes and beaks picked out in contrasting colours. Up on the brow of the mask, just above the center of the forehead, two tiny creatures rear their heads. One is a cobra, the other a vulture. They look almost decorative, but they are carrying an entire political statement in miniature. The cobra represents the goddess of Lower Egypt, the vulture the goddess of Upper Egypt. Together they declare that the wearer of the mask rules both halves of the country. Even in death, the king is not allowed to forget that he is, in theory, keeping the land unified simply by existing. The long braided beard that extends from the chin is another important signal. It is not a realistic representation of Tutankhamun's own facial hair. Egyptian kings are often shown in life with smooth cheeks. The beard on the mask is a divine attribute, modelled on the stylized goat-like chin hair of certain gods. It tells the attentive viewer, which, in this case, originally meant the gods and the blessed dead, that the person behind the gold is now fully enrolled among divine company. He is not merely royal, he has joined the club. If one could lift the mask and turn it around, which museum staff now do very rarely and only with elaborate precautions, there would be more to see on the back and shoulders. The rear of the headdress shows the same careful striping. Along the back and on the underside of the collar there runs a band of hieroglyphic writing. This is not a label in the simple sense. It is a protective spell, a piece of religious text taken from funerary manuals that were already old when Tutankhamun was born. It calls upon various gods to guard the head and shoulders of the king, to keep away harm, to guide his steps in the world beyond. This combination of portrait and prayer is what makes the mask such an interesting object. It is not a simple likeness, nor is it merely a written charm. It is both fused together in metal and stone. For the Egyptians, the spirit of a person needed a recognizable image in order to have a reliable point of contact with the world. That is one reason why statues and reliefs were so carefully made and protected. A mask like this one allowed the subtle parts of the king, which they divided into different aspects with names like Ka and Ba, to return to the body and to recognize it properly. At the same time, by giving that face the attributes of the god Osiris and inscribing spells around it, the craftsmen were turning the king into something more than he had been in life. Other people in Egypt were buried with masks as well, though very few on this level. Nobles and wealthy officials sometimes had cartonnage masks made from layers of linen and gesso, painted with their features and with bright collars and headdresses. These could be quite beautiful in their own right. What sets Tutankhamun's mask apart is not only the material, but the amount of attention paid to every detail. Even the pierced ears are interesting. Ear piercing was more often associated with queens and with young members of the royal family than with mature male rulers. The choice to keep the pierced lobes on this mask has fed into later debates about whether some parts of it might have been adapted from an object made originally for a royal woman. That idea, that the mask was perhaps not entirely bespoke for Tutankhamun, gained strength when close inspection revealed a few oddities in the inscriptions. The cartouches on the shoulders carry the king's throne name and birth name, carefully chased into the gold. Around them the text runs in clear vertical columns. Yet in one place there are signs that an earlier name may have been altered, perhaps scraped out and replaced. There are also slight differences in style between the face and the headdress. Some scholars have suggested that an older mask, perhaps made for someone like the mysterious royal woman we call Neferuiten, was modified in a hurry for Tutankhamun's unexpected funeral. Others are not convinced and argue that the variations can be explained as normal workshop practice. Modern scientific tools have joined this debate in typically dry fashion. Specialists have taken miniature samples of gold from unobtrusive spots and analyzed them to see what other elements are mixed in. They have shone beams of radiation at the surface to make the metal reveal its secrets, a process that would have delighted any ancient priest. These tests show that the gold in the face area differs slightly in composition from that in the headdress and back. The solder lines where pieces were joined become more visible under certain light. None of this proves the recycling theory beyond doubt, but it does confirm that the mask is not a simple one-piece affair. It is the result of several stages of work, perhaps even several campaigns of work. Whatever its precise workshop history, from the moment it was placed over the king's wrapped head, the mask was meant to vanish from sight. It was not designed to impress visiting dignitaries or crowds at festivals. It was intended for the enclosed, incense-scented darkness of a tomb, where only priests and embalmers might see it briefly before the shrines around the coffin were closed. The artisans who polished the gold and inlaid the stones were working for an audience of gods, spirits, and perhaps some imagined viewers in the next world. The fact that their creation has spent the last century under bright museum lights, surrounded by tourists with cameras, is the sort of cosmic joke history seems to enjoy. Once the mask had done its initial job in the burial chamber, it slept quietly on the king's face for those long centuries while sand and stone settled above. The gold did not rust, which is one reason the Egyptians valued it so highly. It was the metal that did not decay, the flesh of the gods, as some texts poetically put it. The inlays stayed mostly in place. A little dust found its way into crevices, but in the sealed environment of the nested coffins, there was surprisingly little change. When Carter finally uncovered it, the mask was almost as it had been on the day of the funeral, with only minor chips and cracks to betray the passage of time. The real adventures of the mask, oddly enough, began after its rediscovery. Once removed from the mummy and separated from the inner coffin, it became an object in need of constant care. Gold does not corrode, but the glass and stone inlays can flake or loosen. Modern air contains pollutants that the ancient embalmers never had to consider. Temperature and humidity can cause expansion and contraction in subtle ways. Curators in Cairo have spent decades trying to balance the desire to let the world see the mask with the need to protect it from the wear and tear of normal human enthusiasm. There have been moments when that balance tipped in the wrong direction. One of the most talked about incidents took place in the early years of the 21st century, when the long braided beard of the mask became loose during a routine cleaning. At some point, it detached completely. In the hurried atmosphere of a museum that receives huge numbers of visitors every day, a small team of staff decided to reattach the beard using a quick-setting synthetic resin. It was a practical solution in the short term, but it was not at all appropriate for an object of such importance. The glue left visible traces, and in scraping away excess material, someone managed to scratch the surface of the gold on the chin. When details of this improvised repair reached the outside world, there was a predictable outcry. Conservators gently explained in interviews that ancient masterpieces should not be treated as if they were broken plastic toys. A proper international team was assembled, and over a period of careful work, the modern glue was painstakingly removed under magnification. The beard was then reattached, using materials more in keeping with ancient techniques, including a natural resin very similar to the one the goldsmiths themselves might have used. The scratches were smoothed as far as possible. Several people involved in the original mistake faced disciplinary action. The mask itself, it should be said, bore this small drama with its usual calm expression. Other rumours have swirled around the object from time to time. During periods of political upheaval in Egypt, particularly when museums were threatened by looting, there were anxious questions about whether Tutankhamun's treasures were safe. Officials issued statements, sometimes standing right next to the mask in question, to reassure the public that it had not been stolen or smuggled abroad. The idea that such an iconic object could simply vanish struck many people as unthinkable, yet history is full of cases where war and chaos have made unthinkable things happen. In this case, good planning and a strong sense of cultural pride have so far kept the mask where it belongs. Standing in front of it today, in its carefully climate-controlled case, visitors often fall silent. Some are surprised by how small it looks compared with the grand images in their minds. Others are struck by the sense of presence that the face still has across 33 centuries. It is not exactly a portrait in the modern sense, nor is it a generic symbol. It sits somewhere in between. A particular young man made ideal and eternal. Children press their noses against the glass. Guides explain the details, pointing to the snake and vulture on the brow, tracing the lines of the collar with their fingers hovering a respectful inch from the surface. For historians and archaeologists, the mask has become more than just a famous artwork. It is a point of entry into discussions about trade, craft, and belief. Each component has a story. The gold speaks of mines and labor in distant deserts. The lapis lazuli tells of caravans that brought blue stones from mountains far beyond Egypt's formal borders. The techniques used to shape and join the metals reveal a tradition of goldsmithing that had been refined over many generations. The language of the inscriptions links the object to a whole library of funerary literature. Even the choice to include pierced ears opens questions about gender and age in royal imagery. It is tempting to see the mask as the definitive image of ancient Egypt, to let it stand in for pyramids, temples, scribes and farmers, for gods, goddesses and ordinary worries about the harvest. Of course, no single object can do that. The civilization that produced this work of astonishing beauty also produced tax records, grain accounts, court cases, laundry lists, and the occasional note from a workman complaining about sore feet. Yet there is something fitting about the fact that when many people think of the whole long story of the Nile Valley, they picture not a great stone monument, but a human face, fashioned by unknown hands for a boy who lived briefly and then lay still for a very long time. There is an old photograph from the 1920s that shows a queue outside a museum in London. People in hats and good coats stand patiently in the drizzle, waiting to shuffle past a display case that contains, among other things, a certain golden face from the Nile Valley. It is a curious thing to see, because none of the people in the photograph would have recognized the name Tutankhamun as a schoolchild staple. For them, this was new. A boy king who had ruled for only a short while and then been erased from official memory, had suddenly become, through the combined efforts of an archaeologist, a nobleman, and a great deal of newsprint, the latest sensation. The first wave of excitement after the discovery in 1922 was a local affair, in the sense that the tomb itself was in Egypt, and the earliest visitors were Cairo officials, scholars, and members of the international press who could afford the journey. Newspapers ran breathless stories about a treasure room filled with gold. Cartoonists drew little pharaohs on editorial pages. Jewelers in Paris and New York borrowed motifs from Egyptian collars and lotus flowers. A certain taste for straight lines, stylized eyes, and clean forms was already fashionable in the Art Deco movement, and Tutankhamun's world arrived just in time to provide designers with an entire visual library. Cinemas joined in. Silent newsreels showed grainy images of the valley, of workmen carrying crates, of Carter standing in his hat and suit in front of the tomb. Audiences gasped, or at least leaned forward, at the idea of a sealed royal burial chamber opened after more than 3,000 years. In drawing rooms and cafes, people spoke of curses and marvels in the same breath. Meanwhile, in Cairo, the artifacts that had been coaxed out of the tomb made their way to the Egyptian Museum, which suddenly found itself custodian of the most talked-about collection in the world. For several decades, most of Tutankhamun's belongings stayed put. Egypt had more pressing matters to contend with than loaning its treasures abroad. The country navigated its way through the last years of formal colonial influence, 2 world wars, and the complicated years of independence and changing governments. The Egyptian Museum in Cairo was at once a storehouse, a research institution, and a slightly dusty public gallery. Glass cases filled with statues and jewelry from many periods gave visitors a sense of the sweep of the civilization. Somewhere among them, the boy king's things were arranged for display, while his reputation continued to grow in school textbooks and popular histories. Then, in the early 1960s, a new kind of story began to be told with Tutankhamun's help. The government of Egypt was facing a very modern challenge. The construction of the Aswan High Dam promised electricity and flood control, but it also threatened to drown a long stretch of the Nile Valley upstream, including temples and tombs that had stood on the riverbanks since pharaonic times. An enormous international campaign began under the umbrella of a cultural agency to save these monuments, either by moving them block by block or by recording them as fully as possible before the rising waters swallowed them. Into this effort stepped a familiar name from the 18th dynasty. A selection of objects from Tutankhamun's tomb was assembled into a traveling exhibition that toured North America. The idea was simple and rather brilliant. People were already fascinated by the boy king. If they could see his belongings up close, they might be more willing to donate money to help rescue temples in peril. The exhibition, which opened in Washington early in the decade, visited many cities in the United States and Canada. It featured a few dozen carefully chosen items, small enough to travel, but rich enough to make a strong impression. Visitors filed past gold ornaments, delicate alabaster vessels, and personal objects that looked surprisingly fresh for their age. The tour raised funds and awareness for the monuments at risk far to the south. That first tour taught museums and governments a lesson they have never forgotten. Tutankhamun drew crowds. People were willing to stand in line for a chance to glimpse the personal possessions of a long-dead teenager. They bought catalogues and posters. They told friends and relations about what they had seen. For host institutions, the Boy King became a sort of cultural engine capable of pulling visitors through the doors in numbers that normal displays simply did not manage. If the early 1960s taught the lesson, the early 1970s turned it into a phenomenon. A much more ambitious exhibition, given the grand title Treasures of Tutankhamun, was organized to mark the 50th anniversary of the tomb's discovery. It opened at a great museum in London in 1972. Around 50 objects made the journey from Cairo, including some that had never left Egypt before. Among them, on that occasion, was the famous mask itself, carefully boxed, insured for a substantial sum, and escorted as if it belonged to a head of state. By the time the exhibition closed at the end of the year, more than 1.5 million people had filed through. The show became the most popular in the history of that museum and has been credited with helping to usher in the era of the blockbuster exhibition, where a single themed show can dominate a season and reshape expectations of what a museum visit might be. From London, the show and its variants moved on. Objects from the tomb toured the Soviet Union, then crossed the Atlantic for an extended visit to the United States. From 1976 to 1979, treasures of Tutankhamun visited 6 American cities. People queued in Chicago, New Orleans, Washington, Los Angeles, and beyond. Newspapers carried photographs of long lines and delighted children. Museum shops sold pharaoh-themed souvenirs in dizzying quantities. The public appetite for a glimpse of the boy king seemed inexhaustible. In the process, museums discovered that their somewhat austere reputations could be leavened with a touch of spectacle without losing seriousness. As the years went by, more travelling shows followed. Different combinations of objects left Cairo for carefully planned tours in Europe, the United States, Japan, and other countries. One early 21st century exhibition, given titles that varied slightly from place to place, but that generally promised the golden age of the pharaohs, combined items from Tutankhamun's tomb with pieces belonging to other 18th dynasty figures. Visitors could move from a case showing a royal chair to one filled with delicate jewellery, then onto a reconstructed chariot or a statue of a feline goddess. While the golden mask itself stayed at home, other instantly recognisable pieces served as ambassadors of the collection. These tours were not without controversy. Moving ancient artefacts across continents involves risks, both to the objects and to diplomatic relations. Loans of such prestigious material can be seen as gestures of goodwill or as bargaining chips in larger political conversations. Insurance costs are steep. Curators must balance the gains in public engagement and funding against the strain on fragile items that were, after all, never intended to travel more than a short distance from the Nile into a tomb. There is also the question of how often the same story can be told without dulling its edge. Yet every time a new Tutankhamun exhibition is announced, tickets still sell at a brisk pace. Not all the modern encounters with the boy king have involved physical artifacts. The centenary of the tomb's discovery in 2022 inspired a different kind of experience. In several cities, visitors could step into large halls where digital projections of Egyptian scenes played across the walls and floors. An immersive show with a name that promised to take viewers beyond the familiar image of the pharaoh used sound, light, and narration to conjure up his world without moving a single real object from Cairo. Others mounted conferences, lectures, and online collections of archival material about the original excavation. Museums published essays and videos that revisited the discovery with a century's worth of hindsight. While the wider public flocked to exhibitions and immersive experiences, specialists were busy doing something rather less glamorous, but no less important. Tutankhamun's mummy and the other royal mummies in the collection at Cairo became subjects for a new sort of investigation that the ancient embalmers could never have imagined. Computed tomography scanners, more commonly associated with hospital radiology departments, were brought into use. Researchers slid the mummies through these machines and obtained detailed images of the bones and remaining soft tissues without unwrapping a single bandage. These scans, along with careful sampling of DNA from bone and soft tissue, allowed scientists to revisit old questions about Tutankhamun's family tree and health. A widely discussed study in 2010 compared genetic markers from several royal mummies of the 18th dynasty and suggested likely relationships among them. The results indicated close kinship between the male mummy known as KV55, widely thought to be Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun, and pointed to a mummy from a minor tomb in the Valley of the Kings as his mother. The same research and follow-up work documented possible congenital problems, including deformities in the feet and evidence of infection with malaria parasites. Other scholars urged caution about how far these conclusions could be pushed, pointing out the challenges of working with small and degraded samples, but the general picture of a young king with frail health conditions has largely remained. If the talk of DNA and scans sounds a long way from storytelling, it is worth remembering that every culture tries to use the tools at hand to get closer to the past. Where Carter wielded a candle and a notebook, modern researchers wield laptops and medical equipment. The impulse is the same. Who was this person really? How were they related to others? What did their body endure in life? In Tutankhamun's case, the mix of glamour and vulnerability revealed by these studies has only deepened public interest. The golden face in the museum case belongs, after all, to a real teenager whose bones still carry marks of injury and disease. Alongside the science and the exhibitions, Tutankhamun has also wandered into realms of popular culture in ways that would probably astonish any ancient priest of Amun. Songs and comedy sketches have played with his name. Cartoon pharaohs with suspiciously familiar striped headcloths appear in films, advertisements, and children's books. School plays dress-up pupils in cardboard collars and imitation Nemes crowns. Costume shops sell plastic versions of the mask for fancy dress parties. Somewhere in all this, the genuine religious and historical significance of the original object can get a little blurred, but it also means that even people with little interest in ancient history carry a recognizable image of Egyptian kingship in their heads. Museums have learned to navigate this mixture of reverence and playfulness with varying degrees of good humor. On one hand, they must protect objects and present them in a respectful, informative manner. On the other, they know that visitors often arrive with preformed ideas shaped by films and television. Exhibition designers respond with carefully staged spaces. Walls are painted in deep colors that make gold gleam. Lighting is arranged so that the mask appears to float in soft darkness. Labels offer clear explanations without drowning viewers in technicalities. Audio guides murmur in multiple languages. Educational programs teach children how to write their names in simplified hieroglyphs, then gently explain why real hieroglyphs are a great deal more complicated. All of this has created a curious new layer to the story. Tutankhamun, whose short life was spent in palaces and temples by the Nile, now plays a role in city centers across the world as a sort of cultural diplomat. When his objects travel, they are greeted by presidents and monarchs. Opening nights are attended by celebrities. Television cameras capture reactions from first-night audiences. Local economies note the bump in museum tickets, restaurant bookings, and hotel stays. Articles appear asking whether the money and attention lavished on one long-dead teenager might be better spent on other, less glamorous parts of the past, or on present problems. Those debates are healthy. They remind us that heritage is never just about objects, but also about priorities. Meanwhile, back in Egypt, another chapter has been unfolding in the story of how best to house and display the treasures of the ancient kingdom. The old Egyptian Museum in central Cairo, with its atmospheric high ceilings and 19th century display cases, has long been beloved by many, but it was never designed to hold the entire Tutankhamun collection in the manner that modern conservation standards recommend. Plans for a new, much larger museum near the pyramids at Giza were drawn up late in the 20th century. Construction began in the 2000s, paused during political upheavals, and then resumed. Year after year, announcements promised that the vast new complex would soon open its doors fully. At last, in the autumn of 2025, the long-awaited Grand Egyptian Museum officially opened to the public. Reporters described a vast modern structure with sweeping lines that echo the angles of the nearby pyramids, vast atriums, and carefully planned exhibition halls. The museum was billed as the largest in the world devoted to a single civilization. Among its main attractions, and certainly the one that captured headlines, was the promise that for the first time, the entire collection of objects from Tutankhamun's tomb would be displayed together in spacious galleries designed specifically for them. For the curators who had spent years preparing for that moment, the move was both exciting and nerve-wracking. Every item to be transferred had to be assessed, stabilized, and packed. Special crates with shock-absorbing features were built. Routes were planned so that objects could travel from the old museum to the new without undue vibration or risk. The golden mask, perhaps the most recognizable of all the items, was the last to be moved. It traveled under a level of protection usually reserved for high-level dignitaries, accompanied by conservators who watched every step and bump. Anxious eyes followed the journey until the case was safely installed in its new home. Visitors who now make their way through the Tutankhamun halls at the Grand Egyptian Museum walk down a sequence of rooms that try to echo, in a very loose and comfortable way, the structure of the tomb. Instead of cramped spaces and low ceilings, there are wide, dimly lit galleries. Cases display shrines, chariots, beds, jewelry, and everyday objects, arranged in a way that lets people see the care that went into each piece. At the heart of all this, the mask rests in its climate-controlled case, no longer buried beneath layers of stone and gold, but still surrounded by the same items that once kept it company in the dark. There is something faintly comic and also quite moving about the sight of modern crowds standing where they are told, keeping a respectful distance, and raising small, glowing rectangles to capture an image of that face. Social media fills with selfies and snapshots, small digital echoes of a golden object that was meant to be seen only by gods and the glorified dead. In living rooms far from the Nile, people scroll through pictures of friends and acquaintances stood in front of Tutankhamun's mask. The boy king, once forgotten even by his own successors, now appears on countless screens in an almost casual way. For Egyptians themselves, the story has additional layers. The treasures of the tomb are not simply interesting remnants of a remote past. They are part of a national story, symbols of a culture that has endured foreign rule, revolution, and rapid change. The new museum is intended not just as a tourist destination, but as a statement of cultural pride and continuity. Children from Cairo and from villages along the Nile come on school trips, clutching notebooks and juice boxes, and stand in front of the objects that their ancestors made long before their schools or their city streets existed. Guides explain that this is not merely the tale of one boy, but part of the long narrative of a country. In all this, the golden mask has become both more and less than it was. As an object, it is what it has always been, a piece of astonishing craft, a fusion of portrait and spell, built to guard a single body. As a symbol, it now carries an almost absurd number of meanings. It stands for ancient Egypt in general, for the romance of archaeology, for the early 20th century mixture of scholarship and adventure, for the rise of blockbuster exhibitions, for the power of scientific analysis, and for the constant tug of war between the desire to share the past and the need to protect it. Somewhere behind the glass, if one is inclined to imagine such things, there is still the shadow of the quiet young man who wore the mask only once, on the day his body was wrapped and laid within its coffins. He did not ask to become the best-known pharaoh in school curriculums, or the subject of endless documentaries and souvenir mugs. Yet without him, and without the artisans who shaped his funerary equipment, museums would be poorer, the story of archaeology would be shorter, and our mental picture of ancient Egypt would lack its most familiar face.